Kei nui tātou. E whae tūmatu nui te rangi. Ko koe oki te atua kaharawa o rotonu. Nau mātua I ora I taino ki te timutango tēnei hononga ki te ipurangi. Mau, mā te mea kaha mātua e tiaki I tēnei rā. Kaunuki mātua e tuko koe takai tēnei rā ki te hara ke rere rāne ro te mate ngari tohu ngai whakatika ai a koe a mātua mahi katoa. Kia ori te ki tāu I heai. Tuku I koe te maramatanga kia mātua te tēpui te rāne e pā. Ki te tātari ngā kupu, ki te hopu I ngā kōrero kia mārama I ngā whakaaro. Kia puta koe nei pai ngā no mo te iwi e whaipanga nei te kaupapa nei. Mana ki te anō ki koe ngā kai kōrero, ngā kai tono, ngā kai kreme hoki, mō rātou whakāturanga ki mua te aroro tēnei pōri. Me te tiaki o ki tā mātou hea mana te kai whakawā hoki, te kai whakawā Melroy ki te whakatutu ki ngā mahi mua I aia. Kia putu te tae te arahi a mātou I roto tēnei noho I te rāne. Ko ene tonu ki ngā inu I kia koe pā. maune whakamana mai. I runga ni tingo tāu tama te kai whakaora ko i kuraiti. Amen. Kia ora tātou.
Kevin, i whakatūwhera i te ho tātou kaupapa i te rānei. Mōrena koutou, nau mai hoki mai anō. So we are continuing with Ms. Te Whenua's witnesses today. So, sorry. So I'll hand over to you, Ms. Te Whenua.
Tēnā koe mā, o te rā tēnā tātou anō. Our first witness this morning is Ms. Lara Taylor, joining us virtually via her own Zoom. Can I check that Lara is online?
Would she be present under another name? Sometimes people don't have the same.
Yes, Papa
Pounamu. Yes.
Right. For your information, Your Honour, Ms. Taylor has a PowerPoint presentation this morning. I have sent it through to Sai. Sorry, hopefully that's been received.
It has been received, but apparently there's also a video which you might need to share screen for us for any videos today.
Hey te pai. If it's easier, I can share my screen and drive the PowerPoint on this side. I can.
We're getting a good nod here. Yes, to that.
Ka pai, and Ms. Taylor's brief of evidence is appellation A65. Ms. Taylor, I'll hand it over to you to summarise your brief of evidence for the tribunal and then remain for any questions that our friends from the Crown and the tribunal may have of you.
Mōrena. Tēnā koutou.
Mōrena.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, I just thought I'd pull together a presentation to try and summarise my very long body of evidence. And I'm basically just going to sort of introduce myself, where I come from, what I'm doing here, and sort of my view on the policy side of things. And provide some examples that will support my case. Okay. Next slide. Oh, yeah. Okay, so sorry, in that first slide, that's our marae, or Haki marae on the Waikato River. There, that's the Waikato, looking very full on that day. And that's our wharenui, Tahu Matua, and one of the wānanga we had there. And climate was one of the topics discussed. Next slide, sorry. So I guess to give you a bit of an idea of my background, or where we come from, we're in the central North Island, Ngāti Tahu, Ngāti Whawa, Te Arawa Iwi. And the painting sort of picture in the pictures up on the top left, that's how it was before. Our actual first wharenui was done at Oraki Korako, that's our ukaipo. However, the Public Works Act meant that we were displaced and moved out of there for the Ohakuri Dam to be formed. So yeah, I'll talk about that in a minute a bit more, but there's a bit of a history, I guess, of Crown policy, government policy, displacing us, disconnecting us. Yeah. And then on the right there is, I was looking through this just yesterday, the first time I met Lani Kiriopa, our claimant, was when she came to our marae, and we had a climate change wānanga. So that was our initial time spent together. And I just want to acknowledge all the huge mahi she's been doing and all of her group. And it's a privilege to be able to support them and give back a little something. So I just want to acknowledge her. Kia ora, next slide. Yeah, so then I'll try and move quickly through this, but basically after the Ohakuri Dam was built, then we were, our tūranga waiwai became more ohaki, which is where we are now, and you saw that in the first photo. And that's the marae there in that photo too. But so that power station is not isn't the dam, this is another power station. So again, it was in the national best interest to extract our resources, our taonga, out of our whenua. This time it wasn't taken from us, we kept our land, and it continues to be leased for $1 a year. But we still own it, it's still our whenua, even though it's leased to Contact Energy now, or it was the government, now it's Contact Energy. Because it was leased, it meant that we couldn't have our papakainga there. We basically we own the land, but we couldn't do anything. We couldn't be ourselves on the land. But the marae is still there in the middle, sort of. And so a geothermal power station was built there. And it was early days, so the legislation, the policy wasn't really protecting our rights and interests so much at the time. And they sucked all the energy out, all the steam. We lost all of our nafa and our steam cooking holes, and our urupa had been disturbed. Lots of impacts that we continue to feel today. And that's the power station there. It looks like a nuclear power station. You probably recognise it. You can see it from the main highway. Anyway. Yep, next slide, sorry. And this is just an example, because it had such an impression on me. This was when they were reconsenting that power station, and we were going through the hearings, and one of our kuia was giving her evidence, and she was so emotional, and she was just crying, and her daughters had to hold her up, and it was just, the mama was just, and still is, just so horrible. And the reason I'm showing this is because of the impact of decisions that the government made on behalf of the national interest, but not our interests, and the impacts it has on us, or has had and continues to have. They're displaced. And you can read in there all the different things, but I think in there as well it talks about how her father 10 years prior, had heard the government propose to build this dam, the Ohakuri Dam, and that it would flood Oraki Kurako. So he went to Wellington. He tried to speak with the Prime Minister about these effects, and he was told that, it's in New Zealand's best interests. They need electricity. And so it's these sorts of decisions, and you'll see when I talk about my evidence around the policy that has been developed, and then the lack of implementation, and the lack of support for Māori rights and interests. It carries through all government policy, is probably the point I'm making. And so the decisions that are being made for us on our, we are meant to be involved in these decisions as partners. And yeah, I just wanted to share some of the real impacts of being, you know, having that control, that power taken away from us and what it does. Yeah, next slide. So this is our whenua now at Ohaki. We have dreams of an eco-papakainga. We've done a lot of work around that, but this is currently what it looks like. And the only ngāwhā that we do still have is actually, it's artificially maintained. It was filled up with concrete, and they put the discharge from the geothermal power station into it. So it looks like a ngāwhā still, but it is not really. Okay, next slide. Yeah, so this is an example. So, I mean, I've been talking about quite a lot of grievance, you know, pain, hurt, but we're also in this, we're never going to give up, you know. We are mana whenua there. That is our tūranga waiwai. We are turning to look at, well, what can we do? How we know the impacts with climate change are going to be even worse now because some of our land subsided 9 metres. And the river is encroaching because the land is so low and our groundwater tables come up 2 metres. So we get lots of flooding on the land as well, which is not to do with the river, but so it just becomes one big wet area. And to show, I guess, we have all these pūrākau and all this mātauranga. We've done a lot. We have all this historical information. It's a massive body of knowledge, and the things we could do for our whenua and our communities around us as well. If only we were supported. And it's just another example, I guess, of needing to be enabled. Okay, next slide. Yeah, and so I guess part of this is for me to think about, and everyone to think about, well, who are we as Aotearoa New Zealand? Who are we? Like, we're meant to be tiriti based. We're meant to be bicultural and honouring and upholding the rights and interests of both treaty partners. So I've been doing some work that looks, over the years, that looks at sort of the synergies, I guess, between the different worldviews and values and ways that we can try and, I guess, just work together better. So those examples, that picture there is of Papatuanuku and Ranginui in the background, and so that's kind of demonstrating the Māori, Te Ao Māori and the Māori worldview. And then on the map of New Zealand, all those little dots all over it, those are marae. Within 2 kilometres of the coastline, I think, or 2 kilometres of rivers and 20 kilometres of the coast, I think. Sorry, I'll have to get back to you on that point. But the point is that our marae are dotted all around the country, all along our waterways and our coastlines, which actually makes for a really incredible network of adaptation capability. There's so much potential there, and all the infrastructure is the physical and the cultural infrastructure. But we need to be embracing both of our worldviews to be able to do that. So who are we as a nation, and what is our policy doing to actually empower and enable both worldviews? Okay, next slide. These are the videos. And there's only parts of each. So this is some of the work we've been doing recently, and I'm sharing it with you because it relates to climate. You'll see when we watch them. Actually, maybe I'll just let them speak for themselves. Will you be able to click on that?
Yeah, so it's just this one.
If you go up to the one introduction or haki paha wānanga. Oh. Otherwise, I can try and share my. Is there no picture on your thing?
Mine doesn't appear to.
So strange.
The link.
Okay. Shall I see if I can share mine?
Yes, please.
Hopefully. Oh gosh, yeah, look at my terrible desktop. Sorry, guys. Is that on the right screen? Yeah?
Yeah.
By the wisdom of the West, I will always be here. Long after you're flooded, our lands destroyed, our kainga drained our heat, desecrated our wahitaka, and made our cheap on a world where they lie or sin, fighting over my people.
As a collective of Māori researchers, planners and environmental kaitiaki, we are exploring what resilience means to us. Are the government's resource management reforms fit for our purpose? And if not, then what? Building on the blueprints of our tupuna, what can we innovate? And who will help us? This wānanga brings together researchers, planners, creatives, kaitiaki and whānau to share experiences, tools and ideas about holistic and te tiriti-centric governance of Te Taiao.
And then I'm just going to skip to another part.
So we were privileged during the wānanga to go and visit a place, Orake Kōrako. That place is significant for Ngāti Tahu Ngāti Whāo because it's the birthplace and the origin place of Tahumatua. And so just to be in that place, to experience it, was amazing. You stepped out of your contemporary 9-to-5 realities and into this new world for a time. And then only to be reminded by the kaumatua that actually this is our land, but we don't actually own that anymore. You know, it belongs to us, but this has been leased to us. And so once again, you're back into that, the mamai. So we were privileged during the wānanga to go and visit.
Short it again. Sorry, and just one more. Should I just show? Yeah. Is that okay? Let me know if it's not okay. Oh.
No, okay to pay.
Yeah.
Does this one have sound?
Yeah. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
With us here at Pakawe Mara in Mapitu, coming from all over the motu, Māori planners and practitioners and kaitiaki. We're going to have a presentation and kōrero from the Mapitu whānau. They've developed their own adaptation plan already. That's an iwi-led adaptation plan, which is awesome.
This is beautiful pukahina, Ngāti Whakahilo, completely underwater.
We're going to learn about that. That can help to inspire us, give us some ideas. And so the first one,
This is about keeping people safe. This plan isn't just about what we need to do in the future, but what do we do now?
So my marae, which is down in Oraka or Cold Bay, it's right across the road from the ocean. So we've been having a lot of coastal inundation, sort of getting closer and closer to the marae.
I'm funded through the Resilience in Action Science Challenge. My PhD is looking to understand how we can co-develop an indigenised managed retreat strategy for Māori communities that are at risk to sea level rise and coastal flooding.
Tikanga must not be compromised through this process. That should be the fundamental sort of underlying directive for the development of these documents.
Educate our whānau, give us the resources to educate ourselves so that we can do it ourselves.
Sometimes our councils, our kawanatanga don't recognise the way that we recognise.
And communicating with ahika, making sure that their voices are the main one and that they're heard because they're the ones that are on the ground. If you do cultural impact assessments, there should be some alignment to the system's outcomes that relate to mana and Māori.
If you're not going to run it alongside a Mātauranga Māori solution, then it's a dead end.
You know, there's a real fear, and this has happened overseas, where these big decisions, such as relocation or moving communities, have been done without the community's input, without their voice being heard. And I think that's something that we should actively avoid.
I think our voice is really powerful when we're able to come together and put something forward. Listen to the multiple voices and the voices from the community's perspective, because each community is going to have a different perspective and take on this.
Ideally, it would be for Māori to have their tino rangatira their autonomy over their lands to decide what they need to do.
Whatever that resource looks like that we define, just give it to us, let us do the work.
Cool. Okay, I think that's enough of that. Okay, so have I stopped sharing the screen now? We're back to your one, Tana? Or okay. So yeah, those videos, I just wanted to acknowledge, you know, our Te Arawa marae and our haukainga and these wānanga that we've been hosting and facilitating and inviting other iwi and practitioners from around the motu, and all the research and thinking and action that's been happening on the ground, and Lani and Ruana and others who you'll be familiar with are leading a lot of that. And yeah, they've got the know-how, they've got the plans, they've got the strategies, but they don't have the support of Crown to empower and enable them. And that is the breach, I guess. That's what we're here for. That's why we're spending time here. Okay, so getting to the Crown's policy development process. I mean, it's all of these slides, these next couple of slides are in my body of evidence. You've probably already seen it, but so I won't go into too much detail, but basically just the fact that we've had a Climate Change Response Act since 2002, and there is a policy cycle within that, which is in the diagram there. But it's taken us 20 years to actually start doing risk assessments. And what is the excuse? What's government's excuse for that? Because we know climate change isn't going to slow down. We know it's not going to go away. We've had it in an act since 2002 that we must be doing risk assessments and coming up with national adaptation plans. We should be, we're now 2 decades behind. And yeah, from my point of view, that's inexcusable. And I can't see in current policy much hope. Anyway, okay. So there's some key points in there. I guess there's lots of recognition throughout. So there's been one risk assessment done now and one national adaptation plan. And the Climate Commission has reviewed that and written its report, given that advice and recommendations to the government. And there's a lot of consideration in the plan and in the report as well of Māori and what are our rights and interests and what we should be doing. And it actually sounds really, really good. It reads lovely. And I've been listening to some of the other people give evidence this week, and they make the same point. You know, it all reads nicely and it sounds good. And yeah, the policies are there. But as the Commission's report, their review and report shows, the government hasn't been implementing those policies. There's no action happening. The sense of urgency is missing. And yeah, I'll keep my opinions to myself. Okay, next slide, please. So there's just a couple of examples of some of the rhetoric that you read in there. Some of the policy talks about adapting in partnership with Māori, but you've got lots of examples and evidence, I'm sure now, of how it isn't, we're not adapting in partnership. Yeah, there's recognition of the mātauranga Māori and the value of that and the importance of valuing it and utilising it for Māori, but also for the wider nation, for our communities. Yeah. Our adaptation journey must be equitable, it says. And we'll keep moving on, otherwise I'm going to run out of time. But yeah, there's a lot of rhetoric. But the reality, which is shown in the Commission's report, is that there's failures to ensure and enable rangatiratanga. And they say they make it a high priority that needs urgent action in their report to the government. They talk about the importance of adaptation consistent with tikanga and iwi hapu priorities, which are all nicely laid out in the plans and strategies that our people have been developing and trying to implement. The Commission argues that rangatiratanga-led climate adaptation consistent with tikanga and aligned with priorities is needed for more effective adaptation efforts. So that's their advice to the government. Yeah, we can go to the next one, Tanya. So in the adaptation plan, the thing that had the most promise was the Māori Climate Platform, which was to be established and to be the body that was going to, or is going to get us there as Māori and Crown to adaptation in an equitable way. But when I tried to find an update on what's happening with that climate platform, I can't find anything. And I have an Exhibit A. The only thing that I really could find, or the most recent thing, 9th of February 2024. And most of it was redacted, and including the section about the analysis and the advice for the climate platform. And then it also included the options that provide a way forward. So there's an analysis and advice, and there's options on a way forward for the climate platform, but they're all redacted. We can't see any of that. Obviously, well, they weren't taken up, and the only thing that was explicit is that the funding was going to be cut this year, which we've seen. So the Climate Commission's report also has discusses the ambiguity around that, around the platform, and whether or not the government actually chooses to adhere to the Commission's advice in their reports, in their reviews. Well, we know, like with the Waitangi Tribunal as well, there's this amazing body of evidence, so valuable. Yeah, so there's no excuse for the Crown because they have that body of evidence. Heaps of it. Okay. Next. Do I need to finish at 9:30, don't I? Is that right? I'm just thinking in terms of time.
Yeah, that's the scheduled time.
Yeah.
5 more minutes, perhaps.
Okay. Yeah, so in my evidence, I talk about the, I think there's 5 examples that I looked at, starting with, of course, our Te Arawa one. And rather than speak for her, I included some of Lani's points, Miss Kirigapa, because they're spot on. And it's, yeah, the evidence is there. To date, there's been a total lack of engagement, mere lip service, and so on. Yeah, I mean, you can probably see it all there. Next slide. The Rauora framework as well, another excellent example of Māori-led policy that could inform adaptation. I can't find anything that shows how it's being implemented. I've seen a nice diagram, flowchart thingy, but no on the ground action. Yep, next slide. Yeah, so those are the 3 other examples that I talk about in my evidence. So the submissions, we have made, Papaponamu has made heaps of submissions, as have a lot of other Māori organisations, and of course iwi and hapu, whānau. So there's all the evidence in our submissions. And, you know, we spend a lot of time putting our experiences and our views and our thoughts into these submissions, which just seem to keep on coming around with all these reforms, what happens to all that? What happens to all that time and energy and always us trying to fight for our rights and interests? Yeah, but it's there, so the Crown's got no excuse. Example 4, Rangahau Māori, yeah, so heaps of Māori research going on, as I've shown you already, so that's just more evidence for the Crown. And the last one is a proposed Climate Adaptation Act even. So the Environment Defence Society has written an Adaptation Act and given it to the government. They could use it. We could implement it tomorrow. Yeah, that was last year, May last year that came out. So yeah, could be implemented right now. Yep, next slide, and I think that's it. Yeah, so that's just some of the concluding remarks from my evidence as well. But I think I've probably made my view quite clear. And it's that we need system change. Yeah, and we need to be empowering and enabling iwi and hapu across the 3 spheres of influence, which comes from the Mātiki Mai Constitutional Transformation report. And that's sort of an adaptation of that thinking, and just, yeah, for some of the work we've been doing. So thinking about how we could apply it to the whole of Aotearoa. And yeah, I won't go into the rest of it, but I think I'll stop there. Is that a good idea? Don't know, the first time I've done this, I don't know.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you putting your evidence forward, and as you say, first time, we really appreciate it. Ma'am, I wonder if this is an opportune moment for a micro break, little stretch before we begin the questioning.
Yes, yes, thank you, Ms. Te Whenua. We'll take the micro break. Kia ora anō. I think we're now in the hands of the Crown for questioning.
Tēnā koe, Ms Taylor. Ko Gracie le tōku ingoa, he roia o te karauna ahau.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Just have a few questions for you today and we'll take you through your brief. Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. So starting generally with the Rangahau Māori or research funding more generally, you say at paragraph 98 that this government has slashed research funding in general. For your benefit, the Crown's evidence has not yet been filed, but I do expect the evidence from MB to address reforms to the science research funding sector.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask you about your personal experience. So at paragraph 19, you describe the 2 climate-related projects you're currently working on at present that are funded by MB.
19.
Paragraph 19.
90 or 19, sorry.
19.
Okay, yeah.
So the first, I
Yes.
think, is increasing papatua nuku scale resilience of tangata whenua and the Tamia, and the
Yes.
second is the Waiora Kāinga Ora.
Mm-hmm.
So on the first project, what is the expected time period for and funding allocated to that program?
Well, we're still actually going through the final scoping of that. It's less than what we applied for. It's over 1 year, so it's just a startup. And what's the total amount? Well, we don't know exactly yet, but it's less than, I think it's about 200 and something. But I'll have to check and get back to you. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you. And well, perhaps you have just answered this question a little, but do you consider that either of those projects have been impacted by the reforms to the science, innovation and technology sector?
Mm-hmm.
And can you describe those impacts for me?
Do you mean in terms of the amount of funding we got?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So there in the National Science Challenges, as you probably know, which are MB funded, there was a big effort, I guess, and concentration on Māori research alongside other research, and Vision Mātauranga was given quite a bit of weight. There were Māori directors in most of the programs, I think. That's all changed. There's no specific funding pool for Māori research, as far as I know. So rather than us being elevated to try and bring the balance back, it's gone back to we're fighting for a little bit of funding.
Thank you. So the 4-year $10.8 million project is not a Māori research specific project, it's a more general project.
Yeah. Well, no, it is a Māori project, but I'm not leading that one. I'm just an associate, principal investigator, I think. No, sorry, I'm not principal. But anyway, sorry. I haven't got involved in that yet. I'm waiting to be. But that's a much, much bigger project. And it is being led by a Māori research group.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving to paragraph 31 of your evidence. So this is about the Crown's policy development process, which you also spoke about in your oral evidence. Are you familiar with the Zero Carbon Amendment Act 2019?
Not intimately, no.
Okay. So for your information, the first National Climate Change Risk Assessment, as you say, which was in place in 2020, was required by that 2019 Amendment Act. Are you aware of that?
Well, I am now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And further, the National Adaptation Plan released in 2022 was also required by that same 2019 Amendment Act. Are you aware of that?
I am now, yep.
Thank you.
And I may have been before, I don't know. There's so many acts and things going on.
Understood.
Sorry.
Thank you. So just one further question on this point. So while the Climate Change Response Act, as you say, was enacted in 2002, the relevant amendments requiring the Crown to develop the assessment and the plan you referred to were only enacted in 2019. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, they were only enacted then, yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving to the Māori Climate Platform, so that's from paragraph 54 of your brief.
The policy cycle was in there before that, though. Is that what you're getting at? Okay, sorry. Sorry, what was that?
Just going back to your point there, the policy cycle was in there before that. Now, can you just explain what you mean by that?
Oh, no, sorry. That's fine. We've moved on. What was your next question?
Just moving to the Māori Climate Platform, which is from paragraph 54 of your brief of evidence.
Mm.
And again, you spoke about it orally. And I'm not sure if you heard any of the evidence yesterday. I expect that
no, I didn't.
Busy with other things. But we did discuss with some of the other Te Arawa witnesses the Māori Climate Platform, including Ms. Kiriopa.
Yep.
So the Crown's evidence is still in preparation, but it will, I understand, address the Māori Climate Platform. I understand that the platform was brought in-house to MFE, to the Ministry for the Environment. So in time, the Crown's witnesses will address future plans for the platform. I have a couple of some information to put to you to check whether you are aware of it. So I understand that the Ministry for the Environment have been working with Waitangi Tribunal to identify pilot projects to be funded by the platform. Are you aware of that?
Not well. I know that they were talking about they've been talking about pilot projects for a long time, but that's obviously the latest. Yeah, I think they do one a year, don't they?
That will be a matter for the Crown's witnesses to address in time. Further, I understand 30 million in funding was retained and some of those pilot projects are now underway. Are you aware of that?
Not intimately.
Okay, thank you. And one final question. At paragraph 78 of your brief, you say that you propose the Crown removes policy and practice barriers to enable Te Arawa to move forward in accordance with your own iwi and hapu rangatiratanga, mātauranga and tikanga.
Sorry, I'm trying to find it.
Take your time.
78, did you say?
78, yes.
Yes.
So at the end of that paragraph in the last sentence. When you say policy barriers, could you please elaborate for me what you are referring to there?
Well, the rest of the evidence talks about it. It's policy barriers. So it's the policies keep changing for a start. There's so much. That's why my evidence is probably quite long. But you'll be aware that there's reforms that keep going. With each government, we've had another round of reforms. So each time there's reforms, these acts and these policies, they're all changing all the time. The amount that they empower and enable Māori rights and interests going down. They were starting to look promising at one point under the Labour government, but as we all know, it's not looking promising at the moment. So the barriers are just, there's nothing there to empower and enable all iwi and hapu equitably, like they're meant to be according to their plan across the motu.
Okay, so just so that I understand, you consider that the policy that is in place, as you say, it's meant to enable engagement with iwi and hapu across the motu, but you don't consider that that is actually happening in practice.
Not equitably, no. Not would you? No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. I understand. Those are all of my questions for today. Mihi ana ki a koe. Thank you.
Tēnā koe.
Thank you. I'll now just check if there are any questions from the panel.
Yes, I do a couple. Actually, maybe more, but I think one at the moment. Good morning, Ms. Taylor, Kevin Prime. I'm just mindful you've been on many delegations that's gone before select committees and that. And I guess I'm wondering if you feel that you've made any progress, you know, over the years that you've been involved with this kaupapa.
Yeah, yes, I have. We've made a lot of submissions and been heard orally many times now. So when in most cases, the submissions I'm doing are on behalf of Papaponamu, and that's a Māori planning forum. So we don't speak for iwi or hapu. We speak for Māori planning and practice and creating space for iwi and hapu and Māori rights and interests within planning. And it's interesting because I do think we've made progress in terms of, especially under the previous government, the agencies were quite interested in actually working with us and our members. We've got about 450 members. Yeah, they were interested in having workshops with us and understanding our perspectives and, recommendations for how they could strengthen policy and putting that into practice as well. It's been more difficult under this more recent government to get that time because there just isn't time and there haven't been opportunities. It's all happening so fast that there actually isn't enough time to allow. And I don't think iwi and hapu themselves are being engaged appropriately, so let alone the Māori planners. And I don't know if I have made progress or seen progress in terms of the actual outcomes. I think in terms of the processes, yes, maybe like we've sort of built a reputation and a bit of a relationship with some of the agencies so that they recognise who Papaponamu is, and some of them even reach out and want us to help with some of their policy. Or want to understand from a Māori planning perspective what they're drafting could actually end up like in practice, and do we have any recommendations? So that kind of, yeah. I'm currently talking with NEMA, National Emergency Management Agency. Sorry. And so because they've just had a discussion document that's gone around, and so we made a submission on that. And in response to my submission, they've reached out to see whether we would like to, because we put in our submission, there's an opportunity for us to work with you to help, draft it. And so they're interested in that. But again, we're just having discussions about that, and first up, I have to make sure that they are engaging iwi and hapu appropriately first, because we don't want to take time away from that. But so then again, there's that tension and that difficulty, because really we should all be engaged to the extent that we want to be engaged, rather than not, having to hold back because we don't want to trample anybody else's mana. So the conditions are not ideal. Still.
Okay.
Sorry, that was a really long answer.
Yeah, no, it's fine. But are you making progress, you think, with NEMA then, with the emergency?
It's too early probably to say. Progress in terms of the process, like the fact that they have invited us to think about organising a workshop. But whether that progresses, I can't say yet. I would hope so. But yeah, I don't know what, I guess it depends what you mean by progress as well.
Okay, I just want to move on. You seem critical of the lack of action on the risk assessment, taking too long to happen. Now that it's happened, what's the action that's come from that?
Unfortunately, according to the Climate Commission's report, not much action has come from it. Yeah, we still don't have an Adaptation Act. There's nothing clear about natural hazards in place yet.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you very much. That's all I had. Thank you.
And I think just on that point around the natural hazards, and we saw the impacts of Cyclone Gabrielle on our Māori communities and on our marae, and it's unbelievable that it's been a few years now, or it's been a decent amount of time, and we still don't have an act in place.
Yeah. No, ko pai tēnā, ko marama. Kia ora.
Kia ora anō. I'm just interested that the EDS provided the government with a Climate Adaptation Act. Do you have any idea of where that is, where that sits now with the government, or?
Well, so EDS, when they do their reports and publish them, they usually have a launch, and they did with this one as well. I think they had a couple of launches of it, and so there were ministers at that, and politicians were at that, and actually spoke at it. So they've got it, they've received it. But I don't think it's actually, it hasn't been adopted or anything like that, as far as I know.
All right, so is it your impression that the government is busy with developing its own policy, and this particular document might or might not inform that policy? We just don't know.
We don't know. Well, yes, I would think it would inform it if the drafters are clever, and I'm sure they are. The EDS Act, I mean, it's very well thought through by environmental lawyers, and it's practical, and although they don't have Māori within EDS that I'm aware of, they do work with Māori. I've done some work with them before, and I know that they make sure that any of the work that they do and the recommendations they make does consider that from a treaty perspective. And so that's why I like their work and their recommendations, because they actually are thinking holistically of our whole country and all of our communities, and it's very balanced. And in terms of the economy and other things as well, it's not, it's not a bunch of hippies, or it's really, really good recommendations, actually. And so there's almost no why it's not just used. Why? Yeah. Anyway.
Yes. All right. Thank you. And similarly, I just wondered if you knew anything about what was happening about the Rawaora framework.
I don't personally know anything that's happening with it. I know it's on their website, on MFE's website. I haven't seen it put into practice anywhere. I haven't heard of anything coming from it, or it being used to inform anything. but I could be wrong. Maybe I just haven't heard.
All right, thank you for that. I'm just interested, I was just trying to see if the EDS draft act had been attached to your evidence, but it doesn't look like it.
I think so, because it was one of my 5 examples that I highlighted. Or maybe not the whole act, because it's actually, it's like a whole book.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that, so I wouldn't probably have attached the whole thing, but there should have been a link in there to it though, because it's on the website, publicly available.
All right. That's good to know. So thank you very much. Those are all my questions. So thank you very much for your time this morning. And there's an awful lot of work that you've put into this area, and I hope your success or lack thereof so far does not stop you from continuing, because it's very important work.
Thank you.
All right.
Kia ora.
Yes, I'll just reiterate Judge Milroy's thanks. E hoa, Ms Taylor, tēnā koe I whaiwā mō tō tātou kaupapa I tēnei rā, ka nui te mihi atu ki a koe. Ka pai, would this be another opportune time for a micro break?
Yes, we're going to hear from Ms Takitimu after the break.
Yes, Ms Takitimu is online. I can see
Excellent. Oh, yes, there she is. All right.
All prepared. So a 5-minute...
5-minute micro break, and then we're back.
Ka pai, kia ora.
Kia ora anō. Over to you, Ms. Te Whenua.
Kia ora anō. Tēnā koe, Ms. Takitimu. Tēnā koe, kua whai wā mō tēnei o tō tātou kaupapa. Ms. Takitimu will shortly summarise her brief of evidence, which is appellation A101. Nā ka tukuna te rākau kōrero ki a koe, Ms. Takitimu.
Kia ora tātou. Tātou koutou ki te rongotaku reo.
Ai.
Ai. Ai, me tīmata hau, he honore e kuroria he maungaro ki te whenua he whakaro pai ki nā tangata katoa. Āmene. Kia ora tātou. Me mihi tuatahi atu ki a koutou, te tēpū, te tribunal. Me tēnei ona kaupapa I mui a tātou I tēnei wā. Me hoki o kumahara ki tōku kraua a Eru Monita, me tōna tūranga I rungi tēnā o nā tribunal, I te whakatīnana tēnei mea ai I tēnā kawanata tapu I Wainganui a tātou ko te tiriti o Waitangi. My name is Dale Takitimu. I'm on the pōtiki of the whānau Takitimu, teina to most. My whakapapa tū te whānau Apanui, amongst other tairāwhiti and Weariki iwi affiliations. My primary affiliation is to Te Whānau Apanui because I've been raised for some time under the mantle of that particular iwi. Trained in colonial law, I'll summarise the quite lengthy biography that's in my brief of evidence. I've got a law degree from Victoria and a master's degree from Auckland University with a specialty in environmental law. I'm a mokopuna of Apanui first and foremost. This is my Hawaii connection. For the iwi, I, along with others, hold certain trusts. One is as a legal representative and advocate for our inherent right to self-determination. Through this, my work has meant actively protecting, again, alongside others, in law and in tikanga, our territorial integrity and the sanctity of our taiao. And standing before the tribunal, I do so not as an individual, but as a present manifestation of my lineage. We are, by whakapapa, Hawaii personified. This is not an egotistical position, simply an explanation that we exist as part of a whakapapa continuum, and in the present moment we represent that whakapapa, both past and future, in its entirety. Nā, aha ko te hōhonu ana ke te mātauranga kua riro kia mātau, me nā kai kei o kuringa, he reo mokapuna tēnei, I mui a koutou, e hara te reo tōhunga, I te nā kauwhakaiti ka tukuna ahau e nei kupu kōrero. My whakapapa is my first and primary connection to the taiao. This is the connection of my wairua, my Māori, and my well-being. My professional work was secondary connection to the taiao. This is, by and large, a defensive enterprise, seeking to protect our taiao and its mokopuna from the incursion of colonial law, the application of policy and regulations steeped in doctrines of white supremacy and man's dominion over all things, and the unrelenting intrusion of extractive and abusive industry into our territories that threatens our way of life and the balance of our ecosystem. Paragraphs 10, through my brief of evidence, then document some of the involvement in actively attempting to protect the taiao through the work that I and others have been involved in. Most, I think, relevant for this hearing is sub-paragraph I, J, and K that talk about becoming a foundational member of Ihirangi, the group formed to advocate for the inclusion and prioritisation of Māori issues arising from climate change and environmental disruption. Ihirangi was initially an informal group which later incorporated under the Ihirangi Trust in order to have an independent entity that could hold data, a GIS platform, and intellectual property in its own right. I was a consultant to the Ihirangi Trust for some period of time and contracted to the ministry, that incorrectly says Ministry of Justice, at subparagraph J should be Ministry for the Environment over climate issues. Paragraph K, it notes there that I then became a member and co-chair of the interim ministerial panel for Māori climate change, and then went on to become member and again co-chair of the Māori Climate Platform. I held pen and was an author of the Rauora Framework. Into the substance of my brief of evidence, where I come from, we use a phrase called ko te taiao te ture. The taiao is the source of our law. At paragraph 11, continuing on, we are the taiao. To an adept in Indigenous rights catch cry, we are not fighting for the taiao. We are the part of the taiao that is fighting. We are not separate from the taiao. We, te hunga tangata, fulfill a unique place within our societal structures. Our multidimensional existence is elaborately woven and sacredly interconnected. It is not one part alone that is necessary, but rather it acts in concert conceptually with other elements of our collective composition. Like all peoples globally, we have the right to self-determination. That is a fundamentally safeguarded right in international law. Distinct peoples around the world each have distinct names for how they manifest self-determination or the freedom to be self-determining. Self-determination for my people is manifest as rangatiratanga in our tribal law and knowing. Nobody grants us those rights as Māori. We are recognized as having the requisite capacity for them simply by virtue of our existence as peoples. This is the nature of inherent human rights, as recognized now in international law. We cannot talk about the taiao without ensuring the frame for the conversation is ours. Conceptual integrity must be safeguarded. We cannot juxtapose our definition of ourselves to the colonizer's normal or mainstream. We cannot reduce our Indigenous truth and realities to folklore and fairy tales simply because it finds no value within the oppressor's system. We must seek to understand the taiao on our own terms. Continuing on from there into paragraph 16, where I am from, our sacred interrelationship within the taiao existed before Crown incursion and will, it is hoped, exist well after. It is a lens through which we may know ourselves and our relationships. Notwithstanding, a pre-1840 focus delivers us some stark facts. These are well established by evidence now, oral and written. The facts are these: that in 1840, when Europeans first attended these islands, Māori existed and were established as independent but interrelated tribal peoples. That at the time of first contact, some iwi had occupied these lands for more than 14 generations. That for those 14 generations preceding Crown contact, those iwi did not need the Crown to function at all. We were, in fact, fully functioning societies at that time and were able to meet our own needs, regulate our own societies, to govern ourselves autonomously. And in my iwi, that was done at a hapu level. Our social, governmental, cultural, organizational was complete, intact and functioning. We were learned peoples with a sophisticated understanding of ourselves and our environment, Te Aotearoa, the ancient world. That we engaged in higher learning, we transmitted a plethora of knowledge between generations, including the necessary means to survive. We were highly technological peoples, having developed vessels, scientific methodologies, weaponry, and permaculture in pursuit of innovation. We were creatively rich peoples with advanced visual, vocal, intellectual, and martial arts being conduits for expression and education. That our interrelationships were steadfastly prioritized and maintained to the extent that the tool used to maintain these relationships, whakapapa, was embedded in most necessary and sacrosanct practice amongst us, and we built around it. Our people's autonomy is predicated on our reciprocal interdependence on each other, and our relationships afford us our freedom. That within our dynamic and complex existence, stability was achieved through social cohesion, and that inclusivity was a default setting. We were systems thinkers and applied practical, spiritual, and scholarly knowledge interchangeably. Social cohesion and relationships were deliberately and intentionally constructed and subject to realignment and accountability for the well-being of the collective. Each had their place and each had their role. We were, at 1840, complete peoples with a known place for ourselves within the complex ecosystem we lived and loved within. Our taiao across Aotearoa whānui was pristine, healthy, abundant, flourishing, life-giving and life-supporting and well-balanced. Our people knew and maintained the knowing of the taiao that was free from irreversible greed, imbalance, disruption, degradation and contamination. We did not at that time, nor since, want for colonization to provide us our place or to teach us anything about the environment. The following chapters, the following paragraphs 18 onwards, talk about the establishment of ihirangi and the attempt by us to de-invisibilize Māori rights in the climate law and policy. This was largely in response to what was circulated at that time, the National Climate Change Risk Assessment, that at that point we had been asked for some quick turnaround, urgent feedback on in my capacity as an iwi technician. The way that that feedback was sought created general unease amongst the group of technicians that I was working with about the genuineness of the engagement. This was exacerbated by the fact that many of us were frustrated by our dealings with and around climate change and our ability to get cut through invisibility. The following paragraphs then lament, essentially, an attempt to insert ourselves into the climate risk assessment process in a way that would, initially, our attempt was to arrest and disrupt that process so that we could get some revision of it, as we felt it was methodologically flawed. It had, by and large, in accordance with its own methods report. There's a methods report that accompanies the National Climate Change Risk Assessment. That methods report itself laments the inadequacy of its consultation or its engagement with iwi Māori. What we were acutely aware of at the time is that the National Risk Assessment foreshadowed and created the context for the eventual drafting and adoption of a national adaptation plan that would then define the government's objectives for adapting to climate change and how the government would meet those objectives. So continuing on there from paragraph 25, and consistent with the methods report that accompanies the National Climate Risk Assessment, there had been extremely limited engagement with iwi at all to develop that National Climate Change Risk Assessment. To be clear, the engagement initially scoped for that project was woefully inadequate for anything resembling honourable implementation of our treaty relationship. It forecast approximately 4 hui. That engagement was in turn reduced substantively down to 1 hui. The lack of genuine engagement was such that iwi Māori, including Te Arawa, and I know also too those representing the National Iwi Chairs and the taiao po within that, gave consistent messaging to the Climate Commission and to ministers of the Crown around the engagement failings. This, the Commission noted in their report, but did not remedy. The Commission instead relied on internal or advisory knowledge and repurposed a cultural framework developed for Treasury, not mana whenua engagement, not treaty partner engagement. My take on the initial draft of the National Climate Risk Assessment was that it was monocultural, despite it being 2020. We, Māori, as peoples, our scientific knowledge, our mātauranga, our worldview and our treaty-protected rights were consistently treated as unknown and beyond the reach of the drafted National Risk Assessment. There was a section where a generic form of our values was set out in a table, but this was untethered to the actual definition, quantification or measurement of risk. This astounded me again in 2020, some 180 years into the treaty relationship. We were still being methodologically othered in something as important as a national risk assessment. The 2020 risk assessment did eventually note its methodological shortcomings, but proceeded nonetheless, with that noted as a mere caveat, notwithstanding its own admission that the risk assessment framework utilised had an inherent inability to measure risk for Māori across intersecting priorities and values. At paragraph 29, I note that on the basis of our dissatisfaction with that methodology, we sought to approach the Ministry for the Environment and others, in fact, in an attempt to advocate for better treaty consideration and compliance. In the very small window of time remaining, we sought to arrest the progress of that risk assessment and really at that point advocated that there should be a Māori specific risk assessment funded and carried out before progression into a national adaptation plan was continued. Paragraphs 30 onwards essentially document the dance we then did with both the ministers of the Crown and Ministry for the Environment to attempt to get some cut through on that advocacy. Despite there being some agreement between our principals, that is Crown ministers responsible and national iwi chairs who were mandated to do that at that point from within their group, there was some high-level commitment for us to be continually engaged and for it to develop as a collaborative exercise. The paragraphs that follow on from that really then document my experience, at least, at the frustration of being able to turn that high-level commitment into practical implementation and the frustrations of working with the Ministry for the Environment at that time, and the squandering of time by the Crown, so that in an already crunched time frame that was then further exacerbated by Crown bureaucracy that we at times throughout this process failed to be able to cut through. We did challenge the National Risk Assessment on the basis that it failed to adequately measure Māori-specific risks arising from climate change itself, or risks arising from the policy-making regulatory framework that would house New Zealand's response to climate change. The concern was for the exacerbated risk upon us as Indigenous peoples that an increased unmitigated climate disruption upon our communities, particularly our coastal iwi, paired with the foreshadowed inadequate standing within the political sphere with which we would be able to determine or self-determine strategic priorities, design and delivery of practical solutions, participation and decision-making was being thwarted. We had a genuine fear that the National Risk Assessment in its monocultural form would harm us. Through that, we engaged through ihirangi, essentially initially informally, and then in a more formal way with the Ministry for the Environment. And I've noted the travel of that, or the frustrated travel of that, in my brief of evidence. We then got caught up, essentially, as I summarise in paragraph 44, we got caught up in a bureaucratic merry-go-round that frustrated progression on substantive work while we waited for MFE processes. What in fact occurred as time proceeded was a series of shifting goalposts in MFE recasting the project time and time again, much to our frustration. In the meantime, we were swamped with government priorities and became this kind of checkbox that I considered, at least, and certainly
Aroha mai, Mr. Kitimu, for the last sentence, I think you muted accidentally.
Sorry. Aroha mai. So sorry, just speaking there about the frustration of that through a lot of bureaucratic processes. I know for sure I lamented that with my colleagues at the time, that we were failing to get cut through on the priorities, which was one, to shift the National Risk Assessment so that it actually reflected and genuinely reported and measured the harm and the risk of to us distinctly as Māori, but to also put some alternatives in front of those government officials that were tasked with progressing a climate change response. Throughout that process, we then entered into a contractual arrangement. There were several intersecting contracts that were in play at that point. There was a piecemeal engagement, to say the least. During that time is when I authored alongside my colleague Mike Smith and Hineka Mako, the Rauora framework that we then advocated for within the Ministry for the Environment and with other associated climate ministers. Initially, we had developed the Rauora framework as an alternative basis for which to progress what was then being pitched as a parallel process for climate risk assessment and climate response for Māori. And in recognising the failings of the National Risk Assessment and then moving into the NAP, the adaptation response, in recognising the failings of that, the idea was then to advocate for a distinct Māori risk assessment and then a Māori response inside the national planning framework. As we developed Rauora, we then I think came to a point in our advocacy that we felt that Rauora and in fact an Indigenous worldview could be a good framework and a preferred framework for New Zealand as a whole to tackle climate change and to respond to climate change. We noted that would be progressive internationally, but that internationally and domestically there had been a lot of visibility on Indigenous mātauranga and Indigenous responses to climate change that we felt would form an encompassing framework for a national level framework that would apply to everybody, not just Māori, and we felt it had values and the inclusive capacity to do that. We did get some traction on that for some time within the Ministry for the Environment. That did in fact go up through Cabinet and was endorsed by Cabinet in terms of the endorsement by Cabinet for that to be further explored, an Indigenous worldview underpinning a national response to climate change to be explored as a preferred framework. We got some of the way there. Like I said, we had that higher level, whether it be ministerial or iwi leader buy-in to that. But things fell apart, as you will see from my brief of evidence, when things were then translated into a practical level down with officials, with the Ministry for the Environment and others, where things just constantly got frustrated in terms of engagement contracts and protocols and confidentiality sign-offs and all those sorts of things. What essentially happened was, while we had that high-level buy-in, we wanted to capitalize on that, and really Rauora was an opening an opening discussion document that we felt we could then plunge into the depths of that a bit more and tease out a bit more with government support and with the officials alongside us, particularly because at that point it did seem to have some political appetite behind it for exploration, but that was frustrated at an officials level time and time again, to the point where our discussions got hoha amongst us, got hoha dealing with the progression of that. Essentially what that then turned into was the Ministry for the Environment ran out of time, and they lamented the fact that they'd run out of time and there wasn't much more we could do about that, because the statutory timeframes and the ministerial sort of imperatives upon them and I guess the looming political climate meant that they wanted to continue progressing the NAP. From there, what was pitched to us, because we couldn't get Rauora to be the framework for the first NAP, and our strong preference at that time, because we were also being told by ministry officials we might miss this round and we might not be able to have all of your thoughts and your the conceptual sort of integrity that you're advocating for underpin the first NAP, but it is the first one in time, and from there you may be able to amend and continue your advocacy. Our group of technicians obviously didn't favour that. We were aware this was the first ever NAP that was to be developed, and we were sure that that would set the tone and set the framework for ongoing NAPs as they were developed through time. So our imperative at that point became to influence the structure of the NAP. We didn't want to do that, and as you'll see from my brief of evidence, we switched focus somewhat under duress because it was the only place left for us to continue a discussion. But our thought at that point, again, under huge pressure in terms of timing, was to have that National Action Plan really reflect an Indigenous worldview or hold the capacity for an Indigenous worldview. What it ended up being was a paragraph or so reference within that to the development of a Māori climate platform that then was put in through this series of incremental steps. So an interim climate ministerial panel was set up. Myself and others were appointed to that interim panel. That interim panel then had a series of responsibilities, and really that was then to foreshadow what would become a Māori climate platform. We were deeply suspicious and concerned about the development of a Māori climate platform. We didn't want Māori climate issues to become co-opted or co-modified out to a separate sort of Māori climate entity. We were worried. We were making comparisons at that point to the fisheries settlement and sea lords, and the ability really for the Crown to co-opt its treaty responsibilities to a third party and keep itself arm's length from its treaty obligations, and we didn't want to be complicit in that. And we noted that this could not replace Crown engagement with iwi directly, and it would not discharge the Crown's treaty obligations to Māori. We explicitly noted we did not speak for all Māori, and we were providing some thought, leadership and expertise into the area that was to be seen as supplementary rather than a solution for a treaty relationship or for substantive Māori engagement. I'm just looking at how I can sort of summarize the rest of the brief. We, through that period of time, as I've noted, we're constantly frustrated by whether it be the officials' overcomplication of the engagement with ourselves as iwi technicians, and what we perceive to be the squandering of time by government officials. And there's some examples of that through my brief of evidence, for example, where they wanted an issues paper in terms of, and we were advocating for a full Māori-led and Māori-based, Māori worldview-based risk assessment that was then exchanged, I guess, by the Crown officials at that time who wanted a quick fire sort of summary of Māori issues in relation to climate change. That was a contract on a 5-day turnaround, and they wanted a quick analysis on what the key top issues for Māori were in that space. Inadequate for the assessment of risk to Māori across the country. So the establishment of the interim ministerial panel for climate change that reported to the Honourable James Shaw, who was the Minister of Climate Change at that time. He was a minister, they noted, without a ministry, so utilised the Ministry for the Environment and its infrastructure to deliver that contract. We continue to be concerned, like I said, about the Crown co-opting the treaty obligations that should be to iwi and hapu to a Māori climate platform that they had unilaterally created. We were concerned that if that was allowed to morph into what we feared, that we were being complicit in our own colonisation by being asked to create the vehicle by which we would run over our own people and their rights and their legitimate voices. At paragraph 94, I note that we kicked back a lot on this proposal. We kept asking what had happened to the Indigenous worldview and the no order framework that had been put up, And as you can see from the previous evidence given, still live on the ministry's website, still part of the gift wrapping and packaging, that there's anything Māori going on in New Zealand's climate response. But we were being asked to be satisfied with a couple of measly paragraphs referring instead to a proposed Māori group that would steer climate solutions for Māori. We continued to kick back on that. As I noted at paragraph 101, 102, I was reluctant. I'd grown hoha with the MFB relationship by then and felt there were better uses of my time and energy. We eventually moved, and I was convinced to accept the appointment so that we could safeguard the conceptual thinking behind the Māori climate platform and not allow it to become some, I think the words we used at that time was legislative Frankenstein, that we would be creating and let wander off to develop its own policy without being tethered to the authority and mana of our people that derives from the land. I was particularly concerned with constitutional issues around iwi and hapu rights, and at the time there was a worry that the Crown co-opting their treaty obligations was improper. We feared that the Māori Climate Platform would become this monolith, mega one-stop shop for Māori Climate Agency. That worried me. It continues to worry me. I reluctantly agreed to accept the appointment on the interim ministerial panel because of that fear. We then progressed through the interim ministerial panel where we put a series of recommendations up to the minister. At that point, because so much time had, within that very truncated time period, had been squandered, we came crashing up against the reality of a general election. And what then was being mooted and foreshadowed was that there would be this development of a Māori climate, a formal Māori climate platform. So our interim panel undertook its work program. I was largely not involved in the hui around the country as I had family obligations that prevented my attendance, but took a much more governance-focused role at that point. The interim panel delivered its work program to the satisfaction of the Ministry of Environment and the Minister of Climate Change. There were never any performance issues raised with us about the interim panel. Our reporting was well received and thorough. Regular reporting occurred through the National Iwi Chairs channels and further beyond to a wider group of those interested in Māori and iwi technicians who had participated and were known to our networks. We made a series of recommendations to the minister. One of those was not an ideal solution to us, but it bought us some time and some space to keep the discussion alive. And that was a recommendation that the Oho Māori Trust be confirmed as the entity for an enduring climate platform, that it would be tasked with undertaking an initial analysis and coming up with a funds distribution model throughout iwi that was widely supported by Māori. It had a particular engagement requirement built into it. That recommendation, to my knowledge, was made with the support of the National Iwi Chairs. To be clear, the Māori climate... Sorry.
Oh, aroha mai. I just wanted to check in at this point. I know we're a little late for morning tea break, and this is another really important part of your evidence. Ma'am, would you like to take the morning break before or allow Ms. Takitimu to continue?
I think we'll take the morning tea break now because, as you say, this is an important part of the evidence, and I don't want you, Ms. Takitimu, to feel rushed trying to get it done before the break. So we'll take the break now and return at 11:10.
Kia ora.
Kia ora anō. I should just say that unfortunately Mr. Basil Morrison has fallen ill and we have sent him away to try and do some recovery, but we still have a quorum, so we're happy to go ahead. So handing it back to you, Ms. Te Whenua. Ms. Takitimu, you were at the point where you were about to talk about the Oho Māori Trust, so it would be good if you could start from there. Thank you. Or resume from there.
Kia ora anō. I start talking in my brief about the Oho Māori Trust at page 23, paragraph 129. The interim panel, or preceding that at paragraph 128, the interim panel made a series of recommendations to the Minister, many mirroring our initial advice provided as independent consultants under the Ihirangi banner that Māori should have their own comprehensive risk assessment undertaken, and from there a series of actions agreed and prioritised. A key recommendation was that Oho Māori Trust be confirmed as the entity for an enduring Māori climate platform, and that it will be tasked with undertaking that initial analysis and coming up with a funds distribution model that was widely supported for testing some of the Māori climate initiatives. To be clear, the Māori Climate Panel was never intended to be the total solution for Māori in regard to climate change. In fact, it was a fallback position because the overarching national regime had failed to take into account any Māori agency, essentially, and we had not been successful in progressing the cabinet directive to further explore the Raiwater framework in an Indigenous worldview for the national response to climate change. So this Māori climate platform then became the kind of default where we might park those aspirations up and continue to progress them under the banner of a Māori climate platform. It was never supposed to be a conduit for all Māori climate activities, nor was it intended to displace Crown obligations to iwi and hapu under the Te Tiriti. We were abundantly clear about that right through the travel of this work. In fact, right from the coming together as independent consultants under the Ihirangi banner and all the way through, we were abundantly clear about that. We've always respected iwi hapu rights to advocate for their own solutions and have independent, direct relationships with the Crown as is appropriate under a Te Tiriti framework. The Māori Climate Panel was intended to supplement that and to provide a data platform that could be accessed by all to improve informed decision-making. And prior in my brief of evidence, I talk at the outset of the Ihirangi journey, and this sort of a continuation of that journey, although it started to take different forms as we progressed through the bureaucracy of it. But in that, in those initial phases, we were motivated to be at the table, one, to influence Crown decision-making and Crown policy and the travel of Crown policy around Māori climate issues, but also strongly motivated in our core focus as independent consultants at that point was to serve our iwi and hapu, which was to provide them with some of the types of information that would then enable informed decision-making and advocacy. So it was a two-pronged kind of approach from us right from the get-go, but a strong focus on ours had been to do a lot of iwi-facing work to enable iwi with information, data, those sorts of things, so that they then in turn could turn around and advocate for those positions within the sort of governmental framework, or independently as they develop their own iwi strategies to climate change, of course. What we were acutely aware of is that Māori capacity, iwi capacity to do that had been disrupted through 185 odd years of Crown breach of their treaty obligations. So Māori iwi weren't in the same self-governing position that they would have been had it not been for Crown breach. And our advocacy within Ihurangi, and then the interim ministerial panel, and with the Māori Climate Panel as it was then eventually constituted, was to empower iwi And so it was seen as having that dual role. On the 2nd of October, so I'm at paragraph 135 of my brief here, on the 2nd of October 2024, we were informed by the Minister of Climate Change that Cabinet approved Oho Māori as the entity to take the enduring Māori climate platform forward. But there was this race against time that we were then involved in then, because having drawn out the process laboriously, and my brief starts with the engagement around the flawed national risk assessment in 2020, and by the time we're at paragraph 135, we're in October 2024, and then have this pressure applied because there's a race against time, because having drawn out that process, the government were now facing an impending general election about to take place 12 days after that cabinet decision. So there was a rushed and hurried attempt to finish up the negotiations and sign off the financial appropriations before the election took place. There was some apprehension that the incoming government would unwind the decisions made by cabinet and therefore halt everything. So in order to...
Ms. Takatimu, can I just clarify, it's Prukapua here. In 135, you refer to 2nd of October 2024. Are you meaning 2023?
Sorry, yes, I am.
Thank you.
Just prior to that general election. Thank you. So there was an attempt to hurriedly finish up the negotiations and the sign-off for financial appropriations. The attempt there was to have the Māori Climate Platform set up and operational as soon as possible, noting that it would have a series of intermediary steps to undertake upon establishment before it sort of got fully underway. Paragraph 137, we had been at pains to get ministerial approval for the Māori Climate Platform to sit independent from government and Crown agencies. We were at pains throughout this entire process not to be an advisory to the Crown or Crown agenda, Crown policies, Crown strategy. We wanted something independent that served iwi. We thought this was important for its social licence amongst Māoridom, for its independence, and because none of our dealings with Crown agencies had indeed any confidence that they could deliver good outcomes for Māori in the climate space, given we had been largely invisibilised throughout the development of key climate policies. The thinking was that the Māori Climate Platform could be established and financial contributions made it clear for the incoming government where that intention was. The general election took place on the 14th of October 2023. Coalition agreements took some time, sorted out by the 24th of November. New Prime Minister was sworn in on the 27th of November 2023. That's relevant because the funding deeds and contractual paperwork for Oho Māori to become the Māori Climate Panel was signed off by the Ministry for the Environment on the 30th of October 2023. We then, from that point, the way that the funding deeds were constructed, and there was some complication to the way they were constructed. It wasn't a matter of setting up a Māori Climate Panel and saying, well, allocated this bundle of funding and off it will go and undertake its work. There was this complex interweaving of dual funding deeds, two funding deeds, deeds of contribution that operated at the same time and were codependent on each other. Those funding deeds were signed off by MFE 30th of November 2023, and that tripped a time-sensitive clock that then gave us some 30 working days from that 30th of November to deliver the initial deliverables that were set under the first deed of contribution. Those were essentially establishment deliverables in terms of a summary of an operational budget that was satisfactory to both parties. We, again, were at pains to say that we didn't think it was appropriate that the Crown should set the work program for the Māori Climate Panel, but understanding also the obligations with receiving public funds, that there would need to be some accountability for that. So a high-level operational budget, a conflict of interest register. We'd been doing those all the way along, so that was a matter of updating those for the new Oho Māori Trust and a management plan established. and then a bank account number, which was something that caused some frustration over that summer period as banks closed down and we had trustees dispersed throughout the country. So it did require multiple people engaging with it from MFE at a time when customarily Wellington starts to shut down. But notwithstanding, we were able to deliver all milestones but the bank account, which was delayed because of the summer breakdown and our ability to mobilise multiple trustees around the bank signatory requirements and the anti-money laundering requirements. At any rate, we'd not invoiced the Crown under those deeds, so we communicated clearly that we envisaged that there would be a delay in setting up that bank account, but otherwise continue to progress our work program. There was a series of milestones due under those initial funding deeds for the 24th of February, 28th of February 2024. And again, those were initial establishment milestones, i.e. that if we employed staff members, there were to be employment contracts in place. My recollection at the time is that the trust didn't employ anybody, so contracts were not necessary. And at any rate, we had no funding at that point, so it wouldn't have been prudent for us to go offering employment contracts to people when we weren't sure that we could pay them. We needed to present an establishment report that included an operational update, an engagement plan for iwi Māori, and a strategic plan. And so inside the deed of contributions are the details about that. The Crown belatedly, admittedly, but eventually provided us with reporting templates for those deeds of contribution. We used those templates and populated them, and they were provided to the Crown team. At paragraph 150, I note we did the little dance that sometimes happens with Crown bureaucracy about whether the milestones had been met to the satisfaction of all parties, because they are discretionary in some areas. And so we did that and teased out at a more granular level the detail that needed to be written in. All of these matters were essentially discretionary in terms of Crown satisfaction. And what we had started to discern by February is it was fair to say that there was a general tone of dissatisfaction from the Crown team that was engaging with us, and we were clear, as noted in paragraph 152, that we no longer had a supportive minister to usher the work, and many considered it was just a matter of time before this came up on the wider government radar and got shut down, consistent with the incoming government's 100-day plan, which was in train and triggered a legislative and policy stampede on Māori rights. We got the very strong impression that no officials wanted to be seen as enabling the Māori climate platform, and we were increasingly feeling like we were getting pushed back on matters of complete insignificance. Notwithstanding our efforts, and I think this is all to say, we were caught in that initial procedural establishment setup grind, rather than any suggestion that the Māori Climate Panel was ever able to engage with the Crown or substantively with our own people on climate matters. By February 2024, Crown officials had threatened to report unfavourably to the ministers on the progress of the Māori Climate Panel, despite really only having signed off on the 30th of November proceeding and the intervening summer period impacting on progress. The injustice that the Crown could squander so much time in our intervening years, where, aside from the Rauora work and our engagement with Māori, there had been almost no substantive work on Māori climate change or the impacts of climate change on Māori, the time absolutely dominated by procedural matters and contract structuring issues and the minutiae of paperwork that MFE needed completed and recompleted every half step of the journey. We were flooded by procedural paperwork and finicky queries used to tick MFE's performance boxes, and generally went round the government mulberry bush for years trying to get this off the ground. Despite this, we signed the deeds that were committed to delivering the Māori Climate Platform, and save for the provision of our bank account number, we did do that. Having no operative bank account meant the Māori Climate Platform did not receive funding under the negotiated deeds for the otherwise achieved milestones. We're okay with that. noting that the delay was on us and we would carry the costs until that was supported. It did not in any way disadvantage the Crown, and as had been communicated with them, we were only 2 or 3 weeks away from the bank confirming our account was operative anyway. It was hardly problematic in the context of a multi-year funding arrangement. Again, without the bank account, the Māori Climate Platform could not receive monies from the Crown, so there was no risk to public funds at any time. While trying to sort this out, Mike Smith and I, as co-chairs, received a letter dated 14 March 2024 from the Honourable Simon Watts, expressing concerns about how the funding agreement was progressing and halting further work on the contracted deliverables until we met with him to discuss it further. A copy of that letter is attached. I considered the letter offensive in that, 1, we had never even met with Minister Watts. 2, his letter alluded to Crown dissatisfaction with the travel of the Māori Climate Platform, despite the contractual undertakings and agreed measures having been met, appeared to be based on negative reporting from Crown officials that was completely inaccurate, or not completely accurate, I should say. It halted work on the Māori Climate Platform until we could attend a meeting to discuss with himself and Minister Pōtaka. Members of the Oho Māori Trust got together and we had a hui to discuss the correspondence and our approach to it. I noted to my colleagues at that time I was not intending to travel to Wellington to respond to the letter or until the letter was challenged and revised. I considered it improper to respond to what I characterise as karanga ki te kuri by jumping to defend ourselves when we had exhausted ourselves trying to make this happen. To be addressed like that from an incoming minister, that was the final straw for me. I did not personally re-engage with the Māori Climate Platform after that time. Certainly the tone of the letter, and it is attached to my brief of evidence, made some suggestion that we were somehow lacking in our delivery and that there somehow had been improper dealings or inability to deliver on our contractual undertakings, which I thought and still think was patently unfair. I didn't have the same desire as my colleagues to go to Wellington and clear my name. I considered I didn't see a need for that. I knew exactly what we had done in trying to exhaust these pathways to improve the government response to climate change and, in fact, assist the government in meeting their obligations under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. So I didn't see a need to have that tested by a government minister, and I'm still happy to have that tested all day, every day. I did in April 2024 agree to co-sign a letter from the co-chairs, myself and Mike Smith, setting out the agreements and understandings that arose from that ministerial meeting, and noted that I would formally, to my Oho Māori colleagues, that I would formally disengage with the Māori Climate Platform following that letter. I had not wanted prior to that to disengage because I didn't want to disrupt the travel of something quite so fragile when it was getting established. But by that point, kohoha, most people that know me would know that 5 years is quite long in terms of my patience for dealing with the Crown on these things. So I received a copy of the letter then authored by Gina Rangi on behalf of the Ministry for the Environment on the 31st of July later that year, terminating all funding under the Māori Climate Panel under the deeds of funding contribution, and indicating that she was moving to cancel and terminate those. This was neither surprising nor unexpected, just another swing in that underwhelming merry-go-round that is treaty relationships in New Zealand. To my knowledge, climate change law and policy still has no specific Māori consideration. And by that I mean Māori or hapu as rights holders, collective rights holders, exercising their agency for Māori to be involved in determining our response to climate change. Not the Crown dressing up Crown policy about what's good for us in Māori terminology and Māori values that have generically been taken off a framework authored by the Crown. The government have announced that the climate change legislation will be reviewed, in the suite of legislation that have treaty or Māori specific clauses in them per their public agenda to strip treaty references out of all legislation. In summary, in that paragraph 174, from 2020 to 2025, we engaged with the Crown in good faith to try and progress Māori climate positioning given the absolute marginalisation of Māori and the Crown approach to climate law, regulation, and the absence of any substantive plan for climate mitigation, adaptation from a Māori or Indigenous lens. Despite that, we were able or made very little traction. Our greatest achievement perhaps that we tried, but had an ill-equipped treaty partner to deal with. In conclusion, I've set out in the rest of my brief essentially that in the Māori climate space and with the lens of our Indigenous truth and our relationship with this land that is our ancestral inheritance, that we have the right to self-determination and a vested interest in ensuring that is progressed with us and our mokopuna in mind. And we are not and had not been involved in the Māori climate panel with any interest in propping up a continued colonial oppression of Indigenous rights. And we sought to have that Māori self-determination and our ability to make our own well-informed decisions underpin the Māori climate panel or any response. But we were basically being told we should be or could be retrofit somehow to the Crown or a mainstream position. But that to us was unacceptable and continues to be unacceptable. The problem being for us, if our inherent right is to self-determination, those measures fall woefully short of our rights and entitlements, no matter how sweetly gift-wrapped or embellished. We continue to champion that as we disestablished and walked away from the engagement with the Crown. We consider, and I consider, that our self-determination extends to include our right to self-government, a suite of territorial rights in relation to our natural environment, the ongoing subordination of Indigenous law by the state, and the legal barriers compromising the ability of our Indigenous populations to proactively protect our territories and our populations is inconsistent with Te Tiriti and international law. At paragraph 182, despite the clear language and brevity of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Crown purports, 1, that it is not legally binding, despite relying on it absolutely for their own legitimacy, and 2, that is aspirational but unclear. This invites the mischievous conclusion that is confusing and requires further interpretation. That further interpretation is found within Crown-defined principles that unilaterally but significantly erode the otherwise clear agreement between sovereign peoples. In that, I'm referring specifically to the territorial rights contained in Article 2 and how they have moved to from being about full exclusive and undisturbed possession to this quasi-right to be consulted on otherwise a Crown agenda. The social and cultural rights contained in Article 3 are reduced to the right to participate and to be a New Zealand citizen and be subject to one law for all, and at the Crown's discretion to be acknowledged as a particular class of stakeholder. The New Zealand government claims but has no constitutional basis for parliamentary supremacy and asserts the only right to govern and make laws in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I consider this a direct breach of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which was endorsed by New Zealand under a national government, and the distinct obligations the Crown owes under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Is that inconvenient for the Crown? Yes. Is that factual? Also yes. To be clear, there's nothing but pure racism and colonial patch protection dressed up as law and policy, legal fiction created to serve and maintain an empire-building agenda. This is racism in its most institutionalized form and remains totally unacceptable. The Crown cannot simply ignore the set of rights and entitlements protected by Te Tiriti and as reaffirmed in international law, and we must not allow them to do so. We don't negotiate rights. They are inherent and already exist. We are challenged with implementing them honourably and bringing the treaty promise to fruition. Challenging, yes. Necessary, also yes. I consider the piecemeal accommodation of aspects of our culture within a colonial frame as not the genuine realization of our rights, and that needs to shift. We ought to reject those accommodations for the distraction they are. They are not the legitimate right to our self-determination, and they are not the continued adherence to our Indigenous truth. And it is an Indigenous lens that will lead us to see the pathway ahead, particularly in regards to climate change, not a colonial one. The Crown and the non-Māori population of this country have their own burden to wrestle with morally and politically. They must bear the weight of change also. They must have the courage to confront the uncomfortable and to do the yards critically but urgently, and dismantle the systems of oppression from which they continue to benefit and from which we continue to be marginalised. They must not mistake window dressing as substantive change, but must accept the challenge to unpack the colonial fictions upon which their privilege is based. Kia ora rā, that is the summary of my brief of evidence.
Thank you so much, Ms. Takitimu. Would you like a 5-minute break before questions?
No, I think we'll go straight into questions. Thank you.
Ka pai. Ms. Takitimu, our friends from the Crown may have some questions of you now.
Tēnā koe, and apologies, Your Honour, for turning up slightly late today. Just in terms of, if I may just address Your Honour on this brief. So this brief was filed 2 weeks ago on the 12th of May, and the Crown has had a limited time, therefore, to prepare. Much of the evidence does rely on personal experience and recollection, which makes it a little bit difficult for the Crown to counter without first preparing its own evidence in response. And this evidence is likely to be contested. We therefore had formed the view that it would be of most assistance to the tribunal for the Crown's evidence in reply to be filed and for this witness to be recalled once that has occurred. The Crown so therefore does seek leave to recall Ms. Takitimu after the Crown's evidence has been filed for the purposes of cross-examination. And just on that broader point, if it would be of assistance to the tribunal, the Crown can set that out in a memorandum to be filed after the hearing. So, for example, in a couple of weeks' time, and we could, when doing that, now that all evidence, I think pretty much all evidence is in, collect together those witnesses that the Crown seeks to recall for the purposes of cross-examination, given and also taking into account Your Honour's direction to ensure that we, act with some necessity when considering whether or not that is needed. So those are points I just want to raise, which does mean effectively the Crown has no questions this morning, but we are in Your Honour's hands as to hopefully getting a direction that in due course we can still question this witness. But that seems to be our preference. That is our preference, for the best way forward at this point in time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Preble. If you would please file a memorandum regarding this matter and to give, as it's just been asked today, that would give Ms. Te Whenua and Ms. Takitimu the opportunity to consider and respond before I make any final direction on this matter.
Thank you, Your Honour.
All right. And therefore, we move to the panel's questions.
Just a minor question. Tēnā koe ko. I've just one question around paragraph 10I, where you talk about the Ihirangi Trust. Is this registered as a charitable trust?
It is now. It wasn't initially. It was just a sort of banner that we collectivised under, and then it became a registered charitable trust during the travel of this work, as it became clear to us that we didn't have a desire necessarily to have a separate legal entity in its own right. But through the travel of this work, it became apparent that we needed somewhere neutral of us as individuals, I suppose, to house some of the licensing agreement and the data that was being collected for a GIS platform, and that an independent legal entity would be best to do that. And so the Ihirangi Trust was later formed as a formal trust.
Yeah, okay. In the following paragraph, you mentioned contracts for climate change issues. Can you elaborate on what the contracts were?
Sure. And some of this is in partial response probably to the point just made by the Crown, is that some of this is inserted into my brief of evidence, and I suppose to one lens or one perspective, it could be personal recollections, but there are hundreds of emails and contractual documents, policy documents that sit behind that. It's just that the Crown has those tied up in confidentiality agreements, so I can't table them at the back of this affidavit or this brief of evidence. If the Crown were to waive that by way of allowing us to put those into play, that would be a different kettle of fish, and it wouldn't just look like personal recollections. So we've tried to be very careful about that as we've travelled through the construction of this brief of evidence. So some of the contracts are not in play as attachments because they've got confidentiality attached to them. But we were contracted, and I was contracted as a consultant into the climate issue space so that we could provide and develop up input into both the Crown travel of the what was then already zipped up as the National Risk Assessment, and we were retrospectively trying to put some input and some alternative Māori perspective into that. And additionally, in the development of the Raumora framework and our ability to sort of come away from the Crown table and develop up an aspirational worldview to represent a framework we could advocate for, those things were all on sort of individual bitsy contracts with the Crown.
Kia ora, ka hore tonu oku nei pātai tuatui tēnei ngari mihi koutou ni ki a koe mo te marama hoki o tō haka aturanga ki mua te aroro te tēpu. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Ms. Takitimu. I just had a couple of questions. I just wanted to just ask in terms of page 5, where you're referring in paragraph 10L about being a member of the Māori Climate Platform and Oho Māori. Is that to March 2025? That second?
Yes, it is.
It is March 2025. Yeah, Paiana. And just in terms of the Oho Māori Trust, in paragraph 129, you talk about that being a key recommendation. Is that something that came from the interim panel, or was that a departmental desire to have the trust as the entity? And I guess what it would be good to know what the reason for doing that was.
The reason at that point was simply the preservation of space in the time that this was marching on, and we were, like I said, unable to get the cut through into the substantive documents. I mean, our preference would have been to have had a standalone climate risk assessment done for Māori, and then for a plan to be developed and a series of actions to be developed off that. Despite sort of doing that dance with the Crown for a very long period of time, we were not able to get them to invest in that. And so both with the establishment of the interim ministerial panel and then later the recommendation for the Oho Māori Trust, those were backstop recommendations essentially to preserve the space to continue advocating for that none of them are our ideal resting place. Our ideal resting place would be that the Crown would have discharged its duties under Te Tiriti in the construction and briefing out of the initial national risk assessment, so that it had criteria that required that exercise to be done in accordance with the Crown's treaty obligations. And then that would have coloured all of the climate policy that then eventuated off it and was downstream. Because of that methodological failure, everything then we were trying to preserve what little space we could get. So it wouldn't have been, certainly was not mine, it was not our preference to have the Oho Māori Trust established as the Māori Climate Platform. To be clear, we didn't want a Māori Climate Platform. We were petrified of it. And again, like I said, this idea of a legislative Frankenstein, or the idea that this could become like Te Oho Kaimona for Māori climate issues really, really scared us. And we already were working in a space where we were dealing with, this is iwi technicians, in this tile space, we were already dealing with fresh water and the changes under the Resource Management Act, where we were already starting to see, and we're talking about this could be lords for fresh water, and we were really concerned that this was becoming a pattern of co-opting Crown treaty obligations to an entity that the Crown established under their mana and their authority as being representative of Māori. And I would say our discomfort increased as this progressed, and we were still trying to sort of keep a foot in the door to keep the discussion open. I was already uncomfortable about that with the interim panel, but on the basis that the interim panel would be able to recommend up a better, more constitutionally safe way for us to do that. But with the crunch of time and the bureaucratic muck around, the best we could get within that time frame was another carve-out for another entity to have that fight another day. And so the Māori Climate Panel became that preservation of space. And then again, Oho Māori wasn't ideal either, but it became an entity that we could quickly stand up to hold that space. Yeah, none of those were an ideal situation for us. And not constitutionally sound, I would say.
So the in terms of the Oho Māori Trust, when you refer to the members or the trustees, was it everybody who were part of that Māori Climate Panel?
Yes.
Yeah. And nobody beyond that?
No.
No, okay.
It was a recycling of that membership into the new entity, again for the preservation of that space.
Right. And when you talked about the funding, so do I take it from this that actually because of everything that happened and the timing and so on, that there wasn't any funding that came through to the trust?
To the Oho Māori Trust under those needs of contribution for the Māori Climate Panel? No, not to my knowledge.
So when the letters from the minister refer to inadequate information related to projected expenditure, there was nothing to do with any expenditure that had been incurred.
No, that's right. That's correct, and that's part of the reason I, as you can see from my response to that, got stroppy about it, because it was, to me, improper suggestion that we had done something inappropriate with public funds or with money that had been released to the Māori Climate Platform. And I knew that not to be the case because we had not generated a single invoice, and we had nowhere to put it if we did. Because we didn't have the bank account up and running. And so just by way of suggestion, in the tenor and tone of that letter altogether, for me, that was the final straw. I was just like, this is, now we're throwing, it falls short of a firm kind of allegation, but, throwing a suggestion around that we've had some improper dealings in relation to the funding extended to us. To be clear, there was funding that we utilised and accessed under the interim ministerial panel, the advisory panel, and that was funding, one, for our own governance and the development up of the frameworks and suggestions for how to shape a Māori panel, and a lot of those were cautionary suggestions. And we also had some funding released to us there under, for engagement with iwi, whether it be through national iwi chairs or grassroots iwi and hapu on the ground, because we of course wanted to extend our reach and engagement through our networks beyond just the sort of national iwi chairs and the PSGE network. So we did have some funding under the interim climate panel. That's all been accounted for. All of those milestones were all agreed and checked off. Everything's kosher in that regard. But in the newly sort of formed Māori Climate Panel engaging the All Māori Trust, there was no drawdown in any of those detailed contribution. There was about 18 million projected to be set out over a period of time, but it all had to go through all these stop gates, and those stop gates were crunched down very quickly. As I said, it came into existence on the 30th of November, and then by February, that 28th of February milestone, in the months that followed, they were already starting to crunch down in terms of signing off the milestones and things like that for lack of a bank account and those sorts of things.
Thank you, Mr. Kitimu. Ngā mihi.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Kitimu, nā mimi o te wā ki a koe, i tēnei wā. Thank you for that evidence. What I'm particularly interested in is the section on ihirangi that begins at paragraph 18, where your heading is ihirangi and the attempt to de-invisibilise Māori rights in climate law and policy. And I'm not sure whether there's such a word as de-invisibilise, but I really like it because it's a very helpful use of a double negative in a sense. It sounds much stronger than saying attempt to make visible Māori rights in climate law and policy. Because, and that brings me to paragraph 181, your Indigenous truth number 2. We are not fighting for our rights, we already have them. So my question is this, and your training in colonial law should help you to answer my question. So it's a burden of proof question. What do you say to the proposition that rather than hapu and iwi always having to provide evidence to prove that they have rights, whether it be to whenua or takutai moana or taiao, rather than having to prove by evidence, that the burden of proof should be on the Crown to prove that those asserted rights either do not exist or have been extinguished in some treaty compliant way?
Yes, I would agree with that, and I would love that if that was the legal presumption in this country. Certainly that would be the use of the word de-invisibilise is really to challenge, I guess, what I perceive to be the default setting of the Crown is to invisibilise or marginalise Māori rights. And like you pointed out, the burden then being upon hapu and iwi to prove that we have maintained intact juridical systems in a way that our tikanga can be brought to bear on how we approach the world. It really, again, invisibilises the impact of 185 years of continuous Crown breach upon our people. And so I do think the Crown have a burden to show that if those things have been interrupted, it's been with our agency, with our consent, making fully informed decisions, the international standard being free, prior, informed consent, where we relieve ourselves of those ancestral obligations, I suppose. And key for me in that is the wording inside Article 2 of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, where it talks about that full, exclusive and undisturbed possession, lands, forests, fisheries, essentially our territorial rights our tino rangatiratanga, and those very important words at the bottom of that article, for as long as they shall wish to maintain them. And I think that places an obligation on the Crown to show where in history we have collectively exercised the right to abdicate, I guess, those estates or our tino rangatiratanga in regards to those estates. And it is a challenge we regularly put to the Crown in direct negotiations to say, no, our estate is intact, our rangatiratanga is intact. It's your obligation to show us where you've displaced that, and not by one or two odd conversations or the writing of a far-flung tipuna here or there, but as the proper exercise of our collective mana and authority. Where can you show that we have surrendered our rangatiratanga in regards to those estates? And I'd say climate change fits squarely within that.
Yes, good, thank you. If you're not too hoha about these things, there is a panel of the Tribunal on Tomakia Ngā Tātou Mātangi Rea, the Constitutional Kaupapa Inquiry, and maybe you might think about that one. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kia ora anō, Ms. Takitimu. I suppose I just want to ask one question, because most of my other questions have been asked, and that is in regard to the Rawaora framework. And from your evidence, it was intended to form the foundation of our climate change legislative and policy architecture. But at the moment, it seems that it is really just an entry on a website. Is that your understanding of it, of the situation?
Yes, I think for myself, we had aspirations that it would be a substantive, as you pointed out, it would become instructive of the design architecture for our climate response, for a national climate response. We felt with the Cabinet directive to continue exploring, and we were surprised, to be honest, that Cabinet would issue a minute that said, to continue exploring an Indigenous worldview as the framework for underpinning a national response to climate change. That seemed incredibly progressive to us, and we were excited about that. What it's turned out to be in reality, once we've done all this sort of dance on the engagement with the officials, is it's become bureaucratic gift wrapping, so that the Crown can say we've done something and it looks Māori, and there it is. It's called Rawaora, but Rawaora is not being put into effect. Rawaora is not a complete framework in its own right. It was an opening discussion document about a series of imperatives and observations that we were making about Indigenous worldview that we thought constructed a relationship and maintains a relationship with the taiao that is significantly different from a colonial framework that sees itself as masters of the universe and man having dominion over all things. And instead, the Rawaora framework concentrates on abundance and the maintenance of Māori in balance. And so we thought that was a much better space. It's not turned out to be that way. And in fact, to me, it's almost misleading for it to be on the ministry's website, because it's something they've entertained in a minor way, but are not taking forward in any substantive way, to my knowledge.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Professor Williams liked the word de-invisibilise, and I really liked the phrase legislative Frankenstein, and I'm going to use that somewhere. Somewhere I will use it. So thank you very much for your contributions to our inquiry today. It's been very interesting to listen to your experience of working in a policy setting, which is so important. So thank you. And I'll hand you back to Ms. Te Whenua.
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Takitimu. Just to reiterate how valuable your contribution has been to the inquiry, especially pertaining to your first-hand experience around these frameworks, which we're actually all mostly referring to in our submissions. So that insight is invaluable. Once again, thank you so much for your time. Tēnei, taku mihi atu ki a koe.
Kia ora, and I'll see you when we recall Paul Cross. Thank you.
Kia ora, ka kite.
Bye.
It's 12 o'clock. Would you like your micro break before we proceed with our next witness, Carrie-Anne Hancock, who is ready and willing to start after your break?
Yeah, I think we will, if she's ready now, I think we will just carry on because we get a long break at 12:30.
Tēnā pai. Tēnā koe, Ms. Hancock. I'd like to hand it over to you to summarise your brief of evidence, which for the record is A056. Nā reira, ka tukuna te rākau kōrero ki a koe.
Tēnā koe. Mai wai mihi aki waingai he ahu atu ki te kūrai o te ihu o tamate kapua. Ko ngota hā te maunga, ko te rotorua nui a kahumata momo i te moana, ko te utuhina te awa, ko te aroa te waka, ko te papai o uru te marae ko ngā te whakau e tiwi, ko Carrie-Anne Hancock tēnei noho whaka i te kaimui a koutou i tēnei o ngā rangi. E te kai whakawā tēnā koe, te tarai pūnara, koutou i mahi ana te mahi nui ki te whakamana i te tiriti o Waitangi, tēnā koutou. Ki ngā ringarau pā o te karauna, o te rā ki ngā kai kōrero katoa mo tēnei kaupapa, tēnā koutou, o te rā koutou e mā taki ana ki te kāinga, e noho ana ki o koutou tari e mihi ana ki a koutou. My name is Carrie-Anne and I'm here to speak to the evidence I provided in support of Y3325, a claim made by representatives of Tūringa Kia, the Te Arawa Climate Change Working Group for this Climate Change Priority Inquiry. Today I'm going to talk to you about how the Crown's failure to act in response to climate change in the context of a piece of work that I was involved in, the plan to protect our Waian communities, or as I refer to in my evidence, the Pukehangi Heights Stormwater Management Plan of December 2022. You may recall this mentioned in the evidence presented by Lani Kiriopa yesterday, and this work was carried out with our local government body, the Rotorua Lakes Council, as an agent of the Crown. In my evidence, I talk a little bit about me and my background. What you'll see is that I'm not a stormwater engineer. However, what I think is what is most important is that to this corridor is where I live. And I'm so lucky to live in a papakainga with my whānau, under the maru of the beautiful Pukehangi Pai Maunga, growing up swimming in my stream, Mangakakihi, getting watercress, trying to catch things in our homemade hinaki, you name it. Our area and where we live is mainly residential, and over the years we've seen many new subdivisions and homes built. We've seen many more whānau join our community. But in 2020, a tono arose that was a bit different to other developments. The tono was for a substantial housing development along the Pukehangi Pai Maunga of 790 homes via Plan Change 2. This was strongly opposed by mana whenua due to the environmental impacts and much more. But despite mana whenua opposition, this was approved and subject to the development of a stormwater management plan and a stormwater discharge consent ahead of the subdivision occurring. And this is where I come in. I was mandated by our Ngāti Whakauhe Paipai to sit alongside other mana whenua representatives to co-design the stormwater management plan with the Rotorua Lakes Council in order to manage the stormwater effects that would be generated by the subdivision. As mandated mana whenua representatives, we had an almost impossible task from the outset. We needed to work alongside council and others to develop a stormwater plan for whenua we didn't agree should be developed in the first place. Our role as mana whenua became one focused on mitigation of impacts on our water quality, as well as the safety and well-being of our downstream communities, which on the surface seems like an important role, but there is a stark difference between approaching an environmental take from a deficit or risk mitigation lens to that of an aspirational one, like the aspirations our people identify in Te Araki Kōpū, our Te Arawa Strategy for Climate Change, which was launched in 2021, which, as you know, was prior to the development of the Stormwater Management Plan itself. We're mandated or voluntold to do mahi for my iwi. My job is to look at what decisions have been made before, canvass iwi views, and use that to guide me in representing my people. I also have to report back often to make sure the mahi is on track And believe you me, I find out if I'm not doing the right thing very, very quick smart. Te Ariki Kōpū was the mandate I followed in fulfilling my role in this engagement process. It set my people's expectations and priorities over a 10-year period with regards to climate change. And now you've already heard about this throughout this inquiry. But I'm going to quickly recap because I think it's cool. That our homes, marae and town are safe for changing weather, waters and landscapes. Our whenua, forests, lakes, rivers and wetlands are pest-free and abundant with our taonga species. That we swim in and eat kai from our clean awa roto e moana. That land use is determined by what is best for our soils, waters and ecosystems. And that Rotorua homes, communities and surrounds are supported by green infrastructure. Now, if we were to truly give effect to these priorities, this whenua would not be developed. It would not be subdivided to provide for 790 homes. It would be returned to the natural state of flora and fauna that our tupuna knew. However, the Crown, through its agent, through the Lakes Council, and through its systems and legislative processes, enabled this development. As mana whenua representatives, we were truly stuck between a rock and a hard place. We didn't have much choice but to engage in the development of the Pukehangi Stormwater Management Plan and to do our best to ensure the plan incorporated the appropriate spatial and infrastructure planning. To the credit of the Rotorua Lakes Council, the engagement of iwi in this process was comparatively good. And you'll see this acknowledged in the letter that our Ngāti Whakauē Pai Tapu signed with regards to the plan, and that was in my evidence. The process was resourced, which quite often, if there is engagement, it's not. I think this has been one of the first ones I've ever dealt with that was resourced in my experience. And it does do its best to put the wellbeing of our communities at the centre, utilising Te Mana o Te Wai, a critical component of the implementation of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. However, the result was still a stormwater management plan which could not meet our obligations to our iwi under Te Ariki Kōpū, and the plan was never endorsed or accepted by Ngāti Whakauē. The idea was that Te Mana o Te Wai would ensure that the stormwater plan would manage all the stormwaters from the development, manage the effects to ensure water quality and quantity outcomes, reduce risk of flooding in urban downstreams and catchments in the catchment, and take a conservative approach to climate change and how it is factored into stormwater modelling. As mana whenua, we were given assurances from experts that the plan used the best known strategies and technologies available at that time. So you might be thinking, wow, this is a plan that resource iwi engagement, it used Te Mana o Te Wai as a framework, surely that's good. But the reality is that it really didn't matter what we did as mana whenua reps on the development of that plan. We could not give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai in that plan, and we certainly could not give effect to Te Ariki Kōpū. And this is because the runoff, the overland water flows from the Pukehangi drains into Otamatea and Mangakakahi streams and then down to Lake Rotorua. And for those who know that or hear it well, will know it then continues to flow out the system all the way to Te Moana Nui Ahua. Already our waters suffer the effects of urbanisation, and in my evidence, I talk about the water quality prior to any further subdivision at Pukehangi on the Paemaunga. I talk about how my tamariki and I have made whakawiku. For those of you who don't know what whakawiku are, we call them kauda hotels. So they're made of bramble and we place them in the water, and they create like a hotel for kauda to protect them from pest species. So we made a whakawiku, and we saw that even before the subdivision, we saw that it did not catch kauda, but it caught oils and rapahi, rubbish. I speak in my evidence about extreme weather events causing flooding around our community of Pukehangi, isolating us from our homes and our whānau. And this is just the upstream effects. And because this is the current state of Mangakakahi, then I'm both scared and worried about what happens when more impervious surfaces and roads are introduced as a result of the development. What will happen when more people use pesticides and toxins, and what will happen when more volumes of water carry this through our streams as a result of climate-related events. This means the safety of our communities, our village, our ahura are at risk of flooding. This means my tamariki can't swim in our stream. Oh, I didn't realise it was going to make me so sad. Sorry. This means no more watercress. And no eating anything we can. If there is anything to catch at all, or even worse, it may mean many of our community who do consume kai from our stream get sick. You may be thinking, well, isn't it the job of the stormwater plan to fix all that? If the stormwater management plan employs the best technologies and strategies for stormwater management, it can still not manage human behaviours that would stop people from washing their cars on driveways or washing paintbrushes into the stormwater drains, or using toxic pesticides on their gardens, all of which ends up in the stream in which my babies play. But you know what this all tells me? It tells me that even when the Crown and its agents do engage with Māori communities, and despite the success of the process itself, we still didn't get it right. We have been clear on our aspirations set in Te Araki Kōpū, and yet we've had to engage in the development of a plan that will not enable any of our aspirations. It in fact works against them. Words on paper mean nothing if they're not authentically and genuinely actioned. And it's almost as though the Crown has paid lip service to the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management and Te Manawa Te Wai. It's my whānau, it's my hapu, it's my tamariki mokopuna who will feel the effects of that. Ākati kamatua i kei me taku tangi nui, tēnā pātai mai.
Tēnā koe, thank you so much, Ms. Hancock, for your passionate presentation of evidence. Please feel free to stay seated, stay online, for questions that our friends from the Crown may have of you.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Hancock, ko Nixon from Aho. And I just want to check, first of all, thank you for the moving way in which you've presented your evidence. Can I just check if you need a moment to collect yourself before I begin? Thank you. I've only got some brief questions for you, but before I do so, can I check you've got a copy of your brief of evidence with you? Thank you. I want to start towards the end of your brief of evidence at paragraph 64, under the broad heading, the primary issue. Would it be fair for me to summarize your evidence in this way? What would you say? Your chief concern is that the development is going ahead despite the lack of effective treatment in your view of the negative environmental concerns flowing out from this development?
Yeah.
And by this development, you mean the development of Pukehangiite, the urban development? Is that right? And so, would I be right to say that your evidence is more about the effects of urban development in this particular area rather than climate change itself?
No, look, Ewa, the reality is that the stormwater plan, although it purports to take a conservative view over in its modelling of stormwater and take a conservative view around climate change, when we see more climate change events, this will be exacerbated by that particular development. So it's almost as though, for me, that on one hand, we're saying the Crown is saying that we value, or we have this national policy statement on freshwater management, and then yet on the other hand, we're not looking at how climate change will, and the tools that are utilised in the developments are going to accommodate in a way that doesn't create issues for us living in the community. I don't know if I articulated that properly, but no, I don't. I disagree. I definitely think it is about climate change.
And would it be fair for me to say your conception of climate change is broader than just limiting it to changes to climate that's caused by warming in the atmosphere, but also embraces sort of negative environmental effects, and in this case, sort of harmful nutrients to the water? Is that one way to put it?
Can you say that again for me, please, Uhua?
So just looking at your evidence as a whole, and you say your evidence is about climate change, is that based on the view that, in your view, climate change is broader than just the effects of a warming climate, and it includes any negative environmental effects flowing from, for instance, urban development?
I think my evidence talks to the actual real effects on my whānau with the effects of climate change, in particular, in this particular example.
And just based on your answers earlier, you're not taking issue of urban development as it happened, but the, I guess, in a way, sort of preventative measures in case of future sort of climate-related events in your area. Is that right?
Yeah. So I think, you know, that the Pukehangi Paemonga is quite a unique geographical feature, and it is core in understanding the impacts of urbanisation, like not opposing any urban development, but I think in particular this whenua and how it is designed to carry, and I talk a little bit about it in my evidence, to carry nutrients from that hine para whenua mea, our atua, carries throughout the catchment in a positive way. In fact, the way that the whenua is designed means that it is carrying negative toxins and pollutants, which is exacerbated by climate change.
Thank you. And if I could take you to paragraph 19 of your evidence, and you've mentioned there that the plan change was opposed by Mana Whenua. Can I just check that the in this instance, the plan change went through the usual statutory process under the Resource Management Act, including hearings before commissioners, for example? Would you
I need to come back to you on that, yeah.
Would you know, in terms of the opposition that you've mentioned, whether that included, were they made to local councils or in any other official forums?
Yes, and I think there were what's called cultural impact assessments provided at that point in time as well.
And I guess it's probably obvious from your evidence, but those opposition ultimately did not carry the day in terms of the ultimate decision made by local councils. Is that right?
Can you phrase that again? Sorry.
Just in terms of the opposition that were made by Mana Whenua, that they did not ultimately carry the day before the local councils in approving the plan change. Right?
So I still like, maybe you're cutting out a little bit, but yes. So the opposition that was made by Mana Whenua still stands to this day and was formally submitted to council. That is correct.
It didn't carry the day in the sense that ultimately it did not impact on the local council's decision. Is that? And so if one were to ask you what would your recommendation be, what would you say to local council in dealing with these issues?
I guess that greater voice and consideration. Oh no, look, I'm just going to say it straight up. That they should listen. They should listen to the opposition and take heed and make decisions that take that into account.
And so would I be right in saying that the problem here, as you see it, is more with how the local council has dealt with the application as opposed to, say, the central government?
No, I think, I get where you're heading with that, and I do think that the council had a role that they played here. However, central government and the Crown sets the systems, the legislative frameworks for this to go ahead in the first place. And I think, I'm no expert in this area, however, the local government works within that system that is set by the Crown. So ultimately, if we take a systems lens on this sits with the Crown.
And from your perspective, what's the sort of missing parts or the shortcomings with the current system?
It's a system that doesn't take into consideration a Te Ao Māori perspective when it comes to urbanisation, when it comes to development of whenua. And I think Te Ariki Kōpū talks about what that aspiration is, and it talks about letting, and this is my own words, but letting the whenua itself decide what is best for the whenua, rather than just trying to constantly engineer solutions for problems created when whenua is made to do things that it's not meant to be doing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hancock. I've no further questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hancock. It's now time for panel questions, and I just note that we're now aware that we should turn off our mics when you're answering, so that there's no echo on Zoom. So, any questions?
Tēnā koe. Can I take you to paragraph 41 of you, where you talk about the manga kākahi, is it? Or manga kahi stream?
Manga kākahi.
Oh, it is manga kākahi. Yeah. Do you get kākahi in that stream?
So he mea pauri tērā. I taku, i te wā i te puaki au ki te taho tērā manga, he tai au te kite e te he manga kākahi kei roto. So at this point in time, the places that I've been, as I traverse that stream, I haven't seen kākahi in my lifetime.
In the photo just below paragraph 48, is that what you call a coda?
A coda hotel?
No, a coda. Food.
A whakawiku. Yeah, it's a whakawiku, and usually when you put it into the water, that's part of it, it's clearly disintegrated a little bit. But usually when you put it into the water, the bramble fern holds quite well, but because of the toxins in the water, as a result of it being, manga kākahi being an urban stream, you can see that it's heavy, and it's like you can actually see the oils on the whakawiku itself.
Okay. Do you get tuna at all in the stream now?
No, now not now. And I didn't put this in this evidence because I think technically it could be poaching. But we catch trout in our hinaki easier than we catch tuna.
Oh, okay. What about koaro? Do you?
No, I haven't done any types of catching of koaro there. I think our hinaki that we use has got chicken wire, so it's probably a little bit too big holes for the koaro.
Oh.
But they're everywhere else.
But not in the manga kākahi
Not that I've
stream.
seen, not in my experience.
Okay. Yep. Thank you very much. Hindi tēnā. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Ms Hancock. I just wanted to, if you look at paragraph 21 of your brief, we've got under it a map, and I just wanted to check, because I'm not a very good map reader, the areas outlined in dark blue. I mean, there's the light blue, which is quite a big area, and then there's areas outlined in dark blue, 2 areas. Is that where the proposed development is going to be?
I te kaiwhakawa, nōku te he, my version that I've got in front of me is black and white. So perhaps we could come back and just confirm with you, Whaimiri, but there's like two outlined squares like that, and that's the development area for which the stormwater management plan is for.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. You've answered the question. Those were the 2 areas that I was wondering about. And I did have the same question or a similar question to Mr Prime in relation to the photo under paragraph 48. So what that lovely little child is holding up is the remnants of the whakaweku. Mm. Right, and yes. You can definitely see the oil there, and so the stream is just behind, it's not quite in that photograph. Mm. All right, thank you. And how far along is the development? Have earthworks happened yet?
Yeah, they're underway, yes.
So is there going to be, or is the council going to undertake any monitoring of the stream to see what's happening to it?
I believe that was one of the original expectations, but to be fair, my engagement with this has ended, so there might be further developments as to how that's progressed. But ko te manako ia ai, ko te manako.
All right, well, thank you very much for your evidence, Ms Hancock. It's obviously a matter of great concern to you, what's happening to the environment, and we very much appreciate your coming along today and sharing your perspectives with us. Thank you very much.
Ai, tēnei au ka mihi anō hoki ki a koe e te tuahine kua tukina tō kōrero me o whakaaro ki a mātou o roto anō hoki I te aroha mō taonga tata atu ki a koe I tēnei rā, reira. Ka nui rawa atu taku mihi atu ki a koe. Kia ora. E te kai whakawā, kua tai atu ki te wā tina, me te mea anō hoki, kua tutuki pai te nā kōrero katoa mō tēnei wiki tuatoru o te kaupapa mō te urunga o kia wai torurua warurima. Nō runga I tēnā kai te mihi anō hoki ki a koutou kua are mai ki nā kōrero kua rere atu ki a koutou. Ko tahi anō takutake te tono atu ki a koe kia hono atu tō tātou hui mā runga I te livestream mo te toinga o te rā. Runga I takutake hoki haere atu ki te rohe o tāmaki whaimuri atu I te wātini.
Kei te pai, yes. So thank you. Yes, we will take our lunch break now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Pinion. I believe we're having submissions from you before your clients present their evidence.
Tēnā koutou te rōpū anō. Yes, Your Honour, before I do start, I've got an issue potentially with Mr. Lloyd, who comes after Ms. Rump. So there'll be my submissions, then Ms. Rump, and then there are going to be submissions, and then Mr. Lloyd. We're going to take till 3 o'clock. Mr. Lloyd is, I'm assuming, because of the Gisborne, the strike at Gisborne Hospital, he's a person in the health sector there, that's possibly what's happened, but I haven't been able to raise him despite kind of pretty strenuous efforts in the last few hours and since the morning. But what so my apologies, Your Honour, unless he arrives during the course of this presentation, because he has all the timing given to him, I'm proceeding on the basis that he possibly won't appear, but we would probably take an hour anyway with Ms. Rump's presentation. So we can certainly fill up the time, because we're otherwise going to be quite squeezed. So I'm going to proceed on the basis that our timing might be a bit longer for Ms. Rump than is in the timetable at the moment, and just see where we get to in terms of time and see if Mr. Lloyd appears. If we're unable to, if he can't appear, I'm in your hands. It might be that his evidence is just taken as read if the Crown doesn't have an issue with that, or potentially he appears briefly in a later hearing week. But my apologies, but that's the situation I've got at the moment.
Yes, sometimes things can't be helped, Mr. Benyon, and we will proceed on the basis that you've outlined, and hopefully Mr. Lloyd will actually pop up.
Well, it's good, yeah, yes. Well, it could be interesting now on the timing, but anyway, let's see where we get to. So, members, you'll have our submissions for the Moeopoko Tribal Authority. That's the document number is 3.3.19, and they're fairly brief submissions. I could, of course, I could expand all day, but no, I just want to make really 3 key points against them. I won't read them out, but I just want to make 3 brief points. The claimants may be known to you, Moeopoko. I know they are perhaps from some other inquiries, and Ms. Rump will go through that, the rohe and those matters. But the 3 key points I wanted to make in terms of this climate inquiry, which is actually the impact on Moeopoko at the moment is about to become extremely acute. There's an announcement just now about some government changes to the RMA this afternoon. But the first is to say that we say that talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. The scale of the problem facing iwi, and you've seen this from other claimants, but you see it from Moeopoko as well, is known. The sort of challenges are well known. And the scale of the resources required to address those challenges is known. And in fact, you're going to hear from Ms. Rump about the Otaki to Levin Expressway, a $1.5 billion project that runs right through their rohe, costs $1.5 billion, and is being designed to withstand, I think in our submissions, we even say it goes as high as a 5-degree world, certainly a 3-4 degree world. So we know what we need to build to meet the challenge, but the talk is cheap because those resources, the equivalent resources for protecting iwi, are just nowhere near at the scale they need to be. So that was the first point. The second point that's going to come through, and we make it in submission too, is about the drastically declining value of treaty settlements. So Moeopoko is a pre-settled group. So they've actually had some initial discussions with the Crown, and they got a number that was very interesting a year or 2 back, and the negotiations got parked. But But the problem that they face now is that they look at the problems that Te Arawa's having, for example, with their lakes and all the money that's going there and the inadequacies there. But they say the value of their future treaty settlement could now be swallowed up. Almost, the quantum that comes back could be swallowed up almost immediately, just in the urgent rescue efforts needed for their resources, for their natural resources, and the lake in particular. And that is a growing issue, of course, every day and every year that the climate crisis hits and makes the situation more acute. And then the third matter, just to briefly comment on, is the issue of de-invisibilisation and invisibilisation, and Professor Williams' question about where does the onus lie if you're asserting pre-existing customary rights, where does the onus lie? And you'll hear from Ms. Rump about this, that even in a situation where an iwi has a freehold title to an asset. So this is Lake Horowhenua. The bed of the lake is owned by the Mu'upoko iwi. Owned in the sense of a freehold title. So both customary interests for 700 to 1,000 years prior, and then conversion or a layer, let's call it, of freehold title placed on that to say, well, we will have the strongest title we can get in the non-Māori system. And even with that, the experience is of invisibilisation, or having to try and de-invisibilise even the freehold title, because you'll see that the challenges being faced by the lake are acute. The ownership is the bed is owned in freehold title, but that does not seem to make a difference when you have multiple owners, Māori owners of a large natural resource, particularly a water resource. And just to say lastly too, in terms of those opening submissions, we do quote at paragraph 15 from Professor Noy, who's going to come up later. So that's evidence that's coming later. We thought we should get someone in to actually talk about the scale or the adequacy of current, economically, of current efforts and funds that are being applied. And then just one last comment. This might be a matter of research that we have to get to, but the Tribunal is hearing a lot of information about funding efforts to address climate issues, and I do think it's there's an interesting background question about the history of funding, particularly around flood prevention, because I know that a very quick look around will show you that district and regional councils have been talking about the way in which flood prevention funding has been changing over the years and the adequacy of it. We might get to that with other witnesses, I don't know, but it's a background to be aware of, especially when we come to current efforts like I think the regional funding we're getting from, which we'll call it the Shane Jones Fund perhaps, and some of these latest funding efforts, Jobs for Nature and those matters, and where they sit within a history of funding around waterways and flood issues. So those were my legal submissions, or opening legal submissions and comments, if you like, for the Ōpoko Tribal Authority claim. And I'll leave Ms. Rump to give you the full detail of the who, when, what, and where of the people. Unless the Tribunal has any questions, I think she's online, I can see there, and we'll just move to her presentation. Just to also say that we do have some slides that I've given to the registrar that she can take us through.
Thank you, Mr. Benyon. We will move to Ms. Rump's presentation.
Are you there, Di?
I just don't appear on screen. Is that your end or our end?
Yeah, we can't see you on screen here.
No. Okay, well, I'll be the mystery woman for now. Because I've just come out of a hui where we were visible on screen, so.
Well, let's just do it this way. I think we do have slides. Your Honour, sorry, I can put the slides up.
Yes, please.
I'll share the slides, and I think it's apt. We've talked about invisibilisation and de-invisibilisation, so hopefully there's a de-invisibilisation at some stage as we go.
Yep. Ironically, yes. O tēnā koutou ki a mima o te rōpū whakamana o te tiriti o Waitangi, nā mihi nui. Ko tararua te maunga, ko muupa ko te iwi, ko kurahopo te waka, nā uri o Naitara o mua upako o te ika. Kia ora from the sovereign nation of Muupako. Ko Dai Rump Toka Wingawa, he kura hoki o CEO Muupako Tribal Authority. And I'd just ask, I'm CEO of Muupako Tribal Authority, and I have with me Dean Wilson, who's Deputy Chair of the Lake Horowhenua Trust. Thank you for this opportunity today. As our legal counsel Tom has said, we're going to take you very quickly through a range of slides, and then we have some points that we want to emphasise. So we are Ngā uri o Naitara o mua upoko o te ika. We are the people who are descended from Tara, who live at the head of the fish. As far as we're aware, we're the only iwi in the country who have become known by our takiwā name. And of course, we have been on this land for up to 1,000 years, and are known by the landmark names. For example, Te Whanganui Atara, the Tararua Ranges, Te Waiwai Kapiti o Tararua ko Tautoki, or sometimes referred to as Ko Rangitani. Our philosophy along the way we approach our whenua and our awa and our rohi is from the mountains to the sea, ki uta ki tai. And what we're talking about today is around the entire catchment and the impact currently and in the future, our concerns around what climate change impact is going to have and what we're seeking. Next slide, Tom, please. Nothing we talk about would be complete without us enabling everyone to focus on our taonga in the centre of our contemporary universe, Punahou. We are the lake is us, healthy iwi, healthy lake. Punahou is our taonga and is of grave concern within this climate change kaupapa. Next slide, Tom, please. Kia ora. Some history. Our chief Te Keparangi Huinui or Major Kemp, on behalf of our people at the time from the 1880s onwards, our people were very focused on protecting our taonga, and in the 1880s he in particular helped us to secure land through the native land courts, but which ended up in private ownership of Lake Horowhenua. So we've been kaitiaki of Punahou and the catchment for over 750 years, but from the 1880s onwards, we became, under the Pākehā system, private owners. And as Tom has referred to, with private ownership rights that our people have struggled to find is respected. Next slide, please. Here's a brief overview of that catchment surrounding Lake Horowhenua or Punahou. As we've said, it's privately owned by Muupoko owners. It's roughly 4 kilometres squared. It drains a catchment of just over 61 kilometres squared, and it has been the enabler of all primary industry and development and growth of this region over the last 80 to 100 years, including mixed land use, urban, cropping, and in particular horticulture, primary industry with dairy farming and other industries, for example, meatworks and whatnot. We have all of those things based on the edges of Punahou. You can see the waterways and the many waterways that go through to Punahou and then through to the coast. Horowhenua is essentially a waterscape, which is why, along with Pukekohe, Horowhenua and Pukekohe provide 28% of Aotearoa's vegetables. It's a unique catchment. Next one, please, Tom. The next few slides just give you, it's not designed for you to have read every single word on them, but to give you a visual impact that from the 1990s onwards and up to date, there's an ever-increasing negative and adverse impact on water quality. In 2008 to 10, Punahou was up to hypertrophic standards, and our understanding currently it's just about in the range of creating a new category. It is years, not decades, it is years away from potentially dying. You'll see later we've got something of a phenomena in that we've had 2 outbreaks of avian botulism in the most recent times, where the lake temperature reached 26 degrees and was 2 clicks short of household ammonia. Next slide, please, Tom. There is a restoration history. Our people have worked very, very hard over the last few decades where we can opportunistically to try and put in place restoration projects. For example, in the 90s, Kaumātua that you see there, who was a much younger man in the day, along with a corrections team, hand-planted 22 miles of harakeke around the circumference of Punahou in order to try and keep stock and increase the filtering of contaminants. And that was led by our leaders in a desperate attempt to save Punahou. Also at that time, private owners who are Muupoko gave up their own whānau land to encourage the sewage treatment centre for the entire township of Taituko, Levin and surrounding areas, to have the very first overland wastewater treatment plant in not only this country, but I think the Southern Hemisphere. They gave up their own land in an effort to try and take that away from Punahou. The water quality continues to decline, and that's before we face the climate change impacts that are concerning us. Next slide, please. Here is an aerial photo of what happens at certain times of the year for the cyanobacteria algae. That is another challenge that is going to become even more threatening in the predicted climate change environment. Next, Tom, thanks. What I'll do now is, as I mentioned before, in the last 3 to 4 years, we've had 2 outbreaks of avian botulism, which is not a common phenomena in this country. When the first outbreak occurred, we did not know what it was. We suddenly started to see literally, and I do not exaggerate, hundreds and then thousands of birds dying. And it wasn't until after we were able to test that that we were able to identify that it was avian botulism. Once you have it, it is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to get rid of. It is caused by really poor water quality alongside climate and environmental factors. These things will only get worse. And this was the second outbreak, and I'll leave this 2-minute video to tell you the story.
Ai o te roto. Rongo tērā pērā. E rua, no?
Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
I should just let you know that we were unable to hear the sound on that video, but really the pictures said everything that was necessary, yes, together with the expressions of distress and disturbance on the faces of those men who were collecting the birds and so on. So,
thank you, Your Honour. Bless you. Thank you. Yes, there was. It took 3 weeks for our team to get that under control. Neither regional nor local nor central government had any ability to respond. Horizons for their regulatory responsibilities have a boat called Punahou. We were allowed that for 1 to 2 days because everyone was concerned for public health. So we were literally left to have our kaumātua and our rangatahi respond and blow up kayaks and all manner of other things and hangi buckets. And, you know, that really we think is an exemplar for the critical need for us to be able to have adaptation plans and investment put in place. That's one terrible but small example. And there were thousands and thousands of birds. The response that we then were advised about from one other area of the country further up north who has experienced avian botulism due to, you know, degraded water quality, said that the most important thing is that we get the dead birds out of the waterways and the streams as soon as possible, because the blowflies become maggots that get eaten by other birds, and it goes like wildfire. So it took our people 3 weeks, and they got smaller and smaller, as you could well imagine, and you've acknowledged as the days go by. As soon as they got that under control, we were then faced with a mass mortality event of fish and eels in our related and associated awa, and that every day hundreds floating to the top. And we've had 2 of these events now. And this epitomises the urgency around the need that we have to have a catchment master plan and an adaptation policy and program of work. So thank you. We'll go on to the next slide now. Thanks, Tom. One of the initiatives that's taken roughly about 15 years to get off the ground is a weed harvester. For those of you who will have seen the movie Waterworld, it's a bit like one of those machines out of that movie, but it's basically a massive lawnmower for the water. And we've started working with Horizons on that now, and our people are part of that team, removing how many tonnes over that 3-week period, Dean, of weed? 10,000? 500,000 tonnes. 500,000 tonnes of weed just over that 2 to 3 week period. And that's one of like many, many, many initiatives that are required, that we've had to wait about 15 years to get that one up and running. Thanks, Tom. We've also mentioned in our submission the climate change impacts we have concerns around for species in our region. From time to time, being pre-settlement and when we can access funding, we're training people in glass eel repatriation to put back into our lakes and our waterways. And here's an example. Next one, Tom, please. We have always had freshwater mussels, kakahi, in our lake and waterways. At the moment, we are still sometimes finding the larger. However, we're not seeing anywhere near, unsurprisingly, the number of young and smaller growing populations that would suggest to us that the populations are going to be sustainable. Because they won't be with the larger ones. We're not seeing the babies coming through. Next, Tom, thanks. As Tom has said and has said in our evidence, we're a coastal iwi. Our RMA area goes from the Rangitike to Tūrakirai and Wellington. And we've been kaitiaki of this region for 750 plus years. What's interesting and unique about this particular part of the coast is we're told it's only one of 2 parts of New Zealand where the beach is getting larger, not smaller. So we believe that means climate adaptation, investment and policy will be uniquely beneficial and advantageous to the future of this region. In line with that, there are many different plant species, that are presented in our area. We do have a particular problem with purple loosestrife taking over our awa and right across the catchment and our lakes and streams. And most recently, we've been hit with sea spurge, which many of you will know is a new and very worrying toxic plant that is now infesting our dunes, and we spend a lot of our time with our kaumātua patrolling that area to try and keep some sense of control over that. That's only going to get worse with climate currents and weather changes in the future and needs to be looked at. As I said previously, our people approach our region and our rohi from a ki uta ki tai point of view, from the mountains to the sea. For us, that's Maunga Tararua to Te Tai or Rehua. And those are some of the key points in our rohi. Tai Tukolevin sits in the centre on the edge of Lake Horowhenua, and Punahou has basically enabled the progress and the development of the township of Taituko for the last 100 years and absorbed all of the cost without any of the reciprocity. And it's that damage that we're trying to keep on top of now, let alone what we fear is ahead with the climate change predictions we're facing. Next, Tom, please. And as Tom mentioned, we've been partnering with Wakakotahi in the Otaki to North River Expressway project. I'll get Tom to show you with his pointer, if he can, where the current alignment is. That's the yellow. That's the yellow line, and then the newer proposed alignment. And as Tom mentioned, the key point here is that $1.5 billion is being invested into that single designation, including climate change standards for flooding, etc. Where is the pūtea for the rest of what's urgent and required? The Crown is investing in that one infrastructure development, and we're still waiting on what's going to happen in the rest of the catchment. As Tom said, the points we need to make that I want to emphasise are we're coastally, we've lived here for 1,000 years. We own the largest dune lake in Aotearoa. We privately own the largest dune lake in Aotearoa. That was actually in a very, very good state even as late as the 1940s, as a kai source, as a recreational mecca, as a destination, and now it's avoided for fear of health impacts, can't be used for recreation, and as a food source, it's suspect, particularly at certain times of the year. As we've said in our submission, there are a range of taonga species threatened by climate change, especially plants and fisheries. We are a precedent iwi. We've shown the government is building major infrastructure roads, preparing for a world that is 3 to 4 to 5 degrees hotter, and that project is worth, as it was approved originally, $1.5 billion. Admittedly, we understand the current government is reviewing that through a value engineering process, but there is no equivalent commitment right now to the right level of funding for adaptation for climate change for Māori, and certainly not for us in this area. The funding required for Punahou is in the hundreds of millions, or it will likely disappear in years, not decades or many decades. There is a project the last government put in place investing $12 million called the Arawhata wetland. Ironically, that land and property was originally owned by Mua Upako owners. It was taken away from them under the Public Works Act in the 60s for the Otaki to North River Expressway, which was then moved to where it is today. The owners were unable to afford to buy that back when it was put back into disposal. Of the $12 million, $7 million was paid for by the Crown for the purchase of the land, leaving $5 million for investing in the restoration project. When you take away the cost of running the project, and we, both the Lake Trust and ourselves, are represented on the governance group, our concerns are that in this stage anyway, it leaves hardly enough money to pay for the harakeke, let alone fulfil the promises made. It's not nearly enough. And we're not even standing still. As Tom said, our future treaty settlement is being undermined every day and every week. That action at scale is not happening. It will not be much use to get hundreds of millions in treaty settlement if we have to apply it immediately to rescue our catchment and our taonga. It would wipe out the entire value of our settlement and just really almost create further breaches of the purpose of getting a settlement in the first place. It is not a sustainable solution to rely on one-off competitive after-the-fact recovery funding from central government or local government. We need central government to step in right now with hundreds of millions to develop a proactive adaptation plan with us so that we can not only deal with the repair needed immediately, but to adapt to climate change. At the minimum, we immediately need a catchment master plan so that we can effectively and efficiently inform investment while we balance the region's future needs. Horowhenua has recently become the 7th equal most growing region in Aotearoa. The demands on our existing state of affairs is going to be incredible, let alone the impacts that we're talking about needing to provide adaptation funding for climate change. The tribunal's already heard that Te Arawa Lakes got 144 million over 20 years ago, which is about 7.2 million a year dedicated over 20 years. And they're saying clearly it's just not nearly enough. So that is our submission, and thank you for listening. Kia ora. We'll take any questions.
Your Honour, I'm conscious it's 2 o'clock. If you want to take the micro break before questions.
Yes, we will take the micro break. Thank you, Mr. Benyon.
And I see Mr. Lloyd's joined us as well, so he will be appearing.
That's very good. Thank you. We'll be back soon.
Right, dear. I'm just going to trim on. Focus the video.
So just be aware of that.
We can see Ms. Rump there, so that's very good. And also
Mr. Wilson, so and Mr. Lloyd is there as well. I mean, I was going to say the Benyon Law whānau, but I'm bringing clients together. But I wondered if Mr. Wilson and Ms. Rump might just briefly introduce themselves. Now you can see them.
O tēnā koutou. Te kai whakawā, tēnā koe, anei, me tira rōpu anei te tribunal, anei rātumi ki a koutou, ko Dean Wilson ahau, e uri au no Muaupoko, tēnā koutou. Koe te kai whakahaere o te tai ao, so Environmental Manager for Muaupoko Tribal Authority, but also a Lake Trustee or Deputy Chairperson of the Lake Trust, Mahorowhenua Lake Trust. Kia ora, everybody.
Tēnā koutou katoa ngā mihi nui ko Dai Rump Tukawengawa. He kura hoki oi CEO Muaupoko Tribal Authority. Thank you for your patience.
Tēnā kōrua.
Taking questions.
Over to the Crown.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Rump. Rawa ko Mr. Wilson. Ko Grace Sealy tōku ingoa. He roe o te karauna ahau. Ora. Ms. Rump, do you have a copy of your brief of evidence with you?
Of
your brief of evidence with you?
Yes, I do.
I propose to ask you a few questions with reference to some paragraphs in the brief, so it might just be helpful to assist your answers.
Good.
So firstly, at paragraph 15 of your evidence, you say there's a particular risk to iwi like Muaupoko who have yet to reach settlement of their treaty claims with the Crown. Just on that, is it fair to say that your evidence is that because you are reliant on multiple potentially uncertain funding streams, you have less ability to be able to plan for climate change, and that is the reason why you consider you are more vulnerable?
One of the issues. The second issue would be that whatever settlement we get is going to be swallowed up and still wanting in repair, and will not therefore be available to address the historical breaches that it's there for.
Thank you. I understand. So, and in light of your the second reason that you gave, how do you consider the situation will change when Muaupoko is post-settlement?
It won't change unless we get an adaptation investment immediately.
Okay, thank you. And then moving to paragraph 20, but staying with the same general topic about the being a pre-settled iwi. You say that as a pre-settled iwi, the value of your future treaty settlement is daily being undermined. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions on that point, and I have heard your evidence already on this, but would you agree generally that the Crown's approach to treaty settlements is to try to ensure parity and equity across negotiations, across iwi?
Would I agree?
Would you agree that that's the Crown's approach?
All I can say, because I came into this role at the time that the Crown and Muaupoko parted ways on settlement, that is not the experience our people who were in negotiations with the Crown at the time had. That there was definitely unsatisfaction about the application of the idea of parity for our leaders back then.
Okay, I understand.
That is not their experience.
And is that what you would consider to be your experience now as well?
We haven't, no, I would say in summary, no, but we haven't re-engaged yet. So one would live in hope, and maybe in a roundabout way to answer that question, a group of us in 2018 to 20 in a desperate attempt to create a cohort that could drive our future strategy, 16 of us undertook a Master of Māori and Indigenous Leadership together through the University of Canterbury, supported by Ngāi Tahu. We all individually designed theses around what would best set us up for the future. I was lucky enough to be allocated treaty settlement. That involved me interviewing a number of pre and post settlement leaders. Based on that, I would say that looking at the experience our leaders had through 2012 to 15, when we were in negotiations, the approach of the Crown on parity and even funding and even how we were dealt with as we moved out of that was not the same as others and was bordering on punitive.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Moving further on in your brief to the section titled Current Climate Policies for the Horo Whenua, at paragraph 34 specifically, you say that there is no central government climate mitigation or adaptation plan or strategy specific to this coast. However, at paragraph 35, you also say that local government takes the lead in local climate initiatives. So I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about that evidence. Are you broadly familiar with legislation such as the Resource Management Act, the Local Government Act, and the Civil Defence Emergencies Act?
Broadly.
Broadly, thank you. And are you broadly familiar with the way that all of that legislation delegates responsibility to local authorities for providing a wide range of community outcomes, including planning and emergency response?
Broadly, but I would probably echo Tom's words, which are, words are good, but they're not enough. What I'm not seeing in any of those things is the investment required for us to be able to partner and contribute effectively into those strategies. It's not clear how we would do that, and there's certainly nothing in it about the urgency required for spending hundreds of millions of dollars of investment in our catchment on adaptation plans.
Okay, thank you. Zooming out a little bit, would you consider that the devolved model, like the system we currently have, put in place by that legislation, is best suited to tailor a response at a local level in your rohe?
I'd have to give that some more thought as a question.
Okay, I might put that question to you in writing with the leave of the tribunal. And just one further question on this point. Do you consider that local authorities in your rohe are well placed to continue to carry out the work that they are currently doing?
Well placed? What did you mean by that?
Do you think that they have connections with the community, connections with the rohe that better enable them to carry out planning or emergency response actions than, say, central government?
I think it has to be and, not an either or. I think it has to be both.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I understand your evidence. And I just had one final question, and this came up in your oral presentation, and I'm curious to know the answer. You said that in your rohe, the beach is getting larger and not smaller. Could you provide some more information on that? For example, why is the beach getting larger? Is the beach taking up more of the moana, or is the beach taking up more of the whenua?
At my understanding, so I'll put riders around that because it's early learnings for us. It's the latter. The sand dunes are moving further inland and the beach is getting larger.
Understood. And do you consider that that's connected to climate change?
Yes.
How so?
Through the currents and the changes in water, amongst other things. The winds, and, you know, the nature of the way the climate and the weather and the wind movements are changing. And the way we relate that is that, as we said, we have a unique dune set from Hamatangi to Te Horo. The dune set in this area is unique in the world, apart from apparently one other set in the Sahara Desert. And that has been the case, obviously, for millennia. What we're seeing, therefore, is a unique climate change impact on that coast. And that's come about through the effect of winds and ocean currents and a range of other, you know, whatever happens with the El Niñas and the La Niñas, etc.
Thank you very much for answering my questions, and in particular on that last question that was new evidence. E mihi ana ki a koe nā mihi mō tō kōrero I tēnei ahi.
Ms. Seeley, just before I ask the panel if they have any questions, just noting that if you can put the question that you wish to have answered in writing in the memorandum that is to be filed in relation to the cross-examination of Ms. Takitimu, and then we can deal with it from there.
Yes, Your Honour, we will do. Question?
Tēnā rā kōrua. My question is really around the video that was shown. What were the birds that had died? I think I recognised a paradise duck, but what were the other birds that were killed?
All waterfowl and birds, any and all waterfowl. Ducks, swans, kawo.
Te kawo. Spoorbills, yeah.
And I want to add that the birds that were able to stagger to the shore screaming in agony in their death throes. It was horrific. Dean?
Yeah, and we had kahu. There was kahu there amongst them as well too. Yeah.
Any bitterns, matuku?
Matuku, no matuku that we had, no.
Kia ora.
Not identified.
The other question I had was the weed that you extracted, that was being extracted. I think you said there were 500,000 tonnes. What did you do with the weed when you pulled it out of the lake?
Good question. Currently, that's taken away by Horizons and sold by them. So we have a kōrero ongoing with them about why that isn't something that we could be benefiting from for future investment back into our restoration efforts.
Oh, yeah.
And such is the nature of the way it works when you're in a pre-settlement environment.
Do you know what happens with the weed when it's taken away?
Yes.
Can you tell me?
Yeah. It has been tested to make sure it is safe, that it's been used for fertilisers. It's been linked in with fertilisers and composts. And so that's why the lake trustees are very keen to actually carry on the conversation with the regional council here to actually look at what we can do and use that as something that could be fed back into our system to actually benefit the lake and things in the surroundings as well.
Yeah, it certainly
across the catchment, not only the revenue, but the actual outputs, yes. The weed.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like a economic opportunity that is there, but being taken away and someone else is benefiting from it.
Aye.
And I think it's a lot to do with the capacity, capability, and how stretched we are as the pre-settlement iwi in itself. And we're dealing with a number of issues on a few breadcrumbs to get through, but we're doing it. And just like presenting at submissions like this to Parliament and tribunals, you know, that's, yeah, it's It's a huge amount of mahi.
I had one other question to do with the birds. I'd forgotten to ask it. Was is the paradise duck considered a pest down there?
At this stage, with what's taking place at our lake and the number of birds, it is seen as a number of the birds. We are overpopulated at certain times of the year
in
with
certain
these
places.
in certain places, and at times they are seen as a pest. But they move on. They move around the lake. They find different lakes all along this coastline as well too. So they have sanctuaries come duck shooting time, should I say?
Were there any swans amongst those birds?
Yes,
absolutely.
A number of swans.
Geese?
Yes.
Yes.
Geese, yes.
Turkeys?
Oh, no turkeys.
So it was only birds that lived in the water, basically, was it?
Waterfowl, yes.
Yeah, okay. Ka pai ko marama. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Tēnā kōrua. There was just one thing that I wanted to check. I believe, Ms. Rump, that you said in your presentation, and my hearing might be wrong, that the lake can no longer is not being used for recreational purposes. Years ago, I had wearing my other hat as a Māori Land Court judge, some matters that involved Lake Horowhenua, and I thought there was a sailing club or something like that used the lake.
There was.
Yep.
There was, but no.
So no
it's
more.
Very much no, not for quite some time. Some of our people brave going out on the water, and for waka, but we can't even really rely on it for regular waka ama use or practice. It's take buyer beware, as it were.
Mm. So the state of the water is just too dangerous. Nobody would be swimming or anything like that.
Oh no, gosh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. The other question I had was, well, I was wondering how much you think it would take, how big the pūtea would need to be in order to do the cleanup that's needed.
In 2008 to 2014, it was estimated at over 250 million then.
Right. So,
and as you could well imagine, we're staring down, the channel of a plethora of regulatory changes that our Crown legal counsel referred to, that just, there are no words. This is where we're at now. This is before we start even thinking about the significant adaptation plan we need for climate change. And this is before we start looking at the RMA, the wastewater, and the plethora of regulatory changes that are on the table right now that essentially say, as long as you don't make anything worse, and here we are as private property owners, or our owners have private property rights. And this taonga has provided primary sector, industry, and the population of Taitoko and Horowhenua the opportunity to develop and grow for 80 plus years with absolutely no reciprocity. It's quite hard to believe. And it's even more difficult to get your head round, let alone for our people to get their heart round. This is really urgent. At the minimum, we need a catchment master plan. Mu'upoko people are not averse to progress. That's not what we're saying. But we, along with other Māori rights, we need to be able to sort the repair out, not compromise our settlement, because we'll have no choice but to put whatever that might be towards repair and meaningfully start contributing to a proper plan for the catchment and an adaptation plan for climate change, so the whole system can intelligently and intentionally make our efforts efficient and effective, and our investment efficient and effective. This makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. So I just wish to thank you very much for your presentation today. You've given very clear evidence, very clear and moving evidence. It's hard not to see what the problem is when you've got a video showing you exactly what has happened in such stark terms. So thank you very much for your contribution to our inquiry. And I'll hand you back to Mr. Bennion.
Ora.
Ngā mihi kia kōrua mō tō kōrero te ahi nei. So thank you, Dean and Di. And we'll follow up the question. We'll get the question from the Crown, Your Honour, and also that video we do. Well, you've got a PDF at the moment, but we can make the actual video itself available if you need that.
Thank you. That would be good if that could be filed.
Right. Kia ora. So, Your Honour, I wanted to turn now to Mr. Lloyd, who's been waiting on. It just came on as we were going, and just to say that my earlier comments that he's been caught up, I think, in some matters today that have meant we weren't able to contact each other before this. So I understand. I've got some brief opening submissions, and I don't want to go through those because we've got a limited time now. But my opening submissions were 3.3.20, 3.3.20, and I don't need to go through them in part because I know. Judge, you're very familiar with the territory, the land involved.
I certainly am.
So I just thought I'd hand it over straight away to Mr. Lloyd to address you about his concerns and matters he raises in his evidence. And the evidence is A111.
Thank
you. So over to you, Mr. Lloyd. Kia ora.
Tēnā tātou. Tua tahi ka huri atu ngā whakaroaro hoki te wāhi ngaro ki ngā mate. Tō mātou kaihanga hoki, nāna e tīmata, nāna e whakawoti ngā mea katoa. Ka hoki mai ki te kāinga, ko maunga haumia te maunga, ko maunga tū te awa, ko te manga tū te marae, ko te ngāwari te whare, ko rāwiri tamanui te tangata, ko ngā ariki kai pūtahi te iwi. Ko au te kai kōrero, mō tō mātou iwi o ngā areki kai pūtahi. E noho ana ki whātā tutu i roto te rohe o mātou tīpuna mātua mai te tahi mano e ki ana te kōrero a John White. Ko rātou ka kite atu a Māui i te wā e tū mai i runga tō mātou whenua. Nā huri atu kia koutou te rōpū o te traipūnia, tēnā koutou e whakarongo ana ki ngā tangi o tō mātou iwi e pānei ki tēnei kaupapa o tātou. Nā huri atu ki te reo tuarua. Probably I've previously given evidence before the tribunal and a number of things, and one, as I may stated to one of the tribunal hearings, that when we started, my beard was actually black. And it's been over 35 years in terms of fighting for some justice in terms of us as a iwi and other issues. But today is about the cry of our land, and be briefly just covering about the Mangatu forest history as it's written there. I won't bore you with the details because it's there for everyone to see. Also the reports about our lands and also the current climate challenges that are on our iwi at this time. But first of all, I'd like to just clarify and make sure that there is no doubt that we are an independent entity and have independent and whakapapa of the Aitanga Mahaki or Whānau Ākai. They're not related to us, only except my great-grandfather, but he's a immigrant to the Mangatu. He married my kuia tipuna mōkeke rui hene kino tamanui. Just a bit of background, our iwi, we have a 7-generation principle, and it's not just about the now. The biggest thing is that what I don't want to hear on the afterlife is my great-grandchildren of 7 generations from now saying thanks for nothing because that's all you left us. That really worries me because the whole idea of life, in my view, is that we improve things for the next generation, not destroy them. From the inception, our people have always been environmentalists, and our ancestors knew how to behave within that environment. As we talked about it, they treated the land and environment badly. They knew that it would become a cost to themselves. And we started to see those fruits now as the land is dying and our people are becoming sick. So to the stage that in our urupa that was open in 1948, the average age in our urupa is 37 years old. One of the things I just want to raise is that the change of climate is going to create an imbalance in that between man and the environment. And therefore, our air, our water, and all other things that are part and parcel of our identity and of our culture is under threat as a result of this climate change that's happening around us. As you know, the Mangatu forest is, we're continuing to debate and battle, and now we're going into our 4th tribunal hearing in terms of the Waipawa forest. And the forests of Mangatu and the Waipawa is an indicament of the destruction of our native forests and also the way we have treated the land since then, especially for agricultural and other purposes, which has created a number of stages on which we now see in our last Gabriel flood, some of the destruction of the result of forestry, not saving the land, but adding salt to the wound of the land. And we've seen that happen as a result of forestry, trying to grow an exotic forest on a native land, which nature itself decided what kind of trees it needed and what kind of cover that Papatuanuku needed. And yet somebody came along and took off her coat and gave us one made out of plastic. And as a result, she is suffering as a result. Now, because of all the experts in that of the settler group decided they didn't need trees, they needed cows and sheep. And as a result now, the forestry, the owners of Mangatu Corporation are now looking to getting rid of sheep and cows and going back to growing some more trees again. However, the quality of the tree doesn't suit the quality of the land. And so our aim as a iwi is to guard and restore the mana mauri of our mountains, our rivers, and our forests of Mangatu. And with that, the mana of our people will be restored. And we will not be, at this point in time, as we are now, dependents on the state. So we see in the reports by the successive government, the Tandale slip in its sizes. I think Attenborough once said it is one of the largest landslides in the Southern Hemisphere. People have been spoken for 30, 50, 60 years of this thing, of how huge it is and the problem that it has created for the Poverty Bay Flats. And it's interesting to note that everybody knows everything about the Tarndale slip and its problem, but yet the solution, no one has ever bothered to look at it. They thought, well, we'll plant some trees on it. But all it was, they put a Band-Aid on a saw. And when they took the trees off it, the saws were still there and still visible. In fact, they had festered even worse whilst the trees were growing. But after the years of the Second World War, then we started to try to do something about it, and hence the reason why they started to plant pine forest. I'm not decrying pine forest. However, with all due respects, it seems as though that when other people and other exotics come into another country that nature hadn't grown in there, seems to have turned everything into custard, pardon the expression, madam, but we're now left with the consequences of trying to clean it up. Hence the reason why we have ragworth growing wild, blackberry, and now wild pines. And I spent many a day when I was in the military walking over the Wairu Hills, pulling out pine trees, wild pine trees, because it was starting to take over the tussock lands that we were training on. And so we know what the problem is, but the answer itself, it seems that the experts come and tell us about it, but when we ask what is the solution, they tell us more in depth about the problem. I once had offered my solution, which was kind of, everybody looked at me quietly, and I said, 100 tons of TNT will fix the Tarndale slip. They said, that's a bit drastic. And I said, well, isn't it a drastic situation? At the moment, we're trying to empty out Lake Taupo with a soup spoon. We see that as a result of the climate change and the number of cyclones that have been, we've suffered here in the Gisborne area, Cyclone Gabriel highlighted that as a weather event and made it clear that the government's policy on afforestation to mitigate climate impacts is not working. Our view is the forest offsets should be ended. The Commissioner of Environment came up with his own statement, and as we can see there, that continuing in this way and worrying about and looking at carbon dioxide emissions, it's not going to be the answer to that. We need to consider the land, because if we fix the land, we fix the air. And but no, the forestry companies say, let's just try and squeeze another dollar out of it before we start to consider other avenues. Forest means to us at this point in time has a lot of impact on mana whenua. One, we cannot visit the land, yet we are informed in terms of the treaty that our ability will not be impeded to hunt or gather food in our forests, but now we're not allowed even in there because they got big lock gates on it. And it's interesting to note that when I lived in Hobsonville, we could go into the woodland forest and picnic, bicycle ride, and do a number of things, whereas here in the Gisborne district, even hunters are not allowed unless they've got permission from the forestry company. And thus, our people are deprived of access to food on which, because they are dependent on the benefit in a lot of cases, to supplement their lives. And we are not able to do that because of that. After Bowler, successive governments were quick to set up inquiries to tell us the problem. And they've spent a lot of money on these inquiries to tell us the problem that we already know. However, nothing's been done. And any mitigations that have come about, it's so slow that before we even get halfway there, we get another cyclone and then destroy it all. We just finished completing a back to nature project to try and restore around our marae and some of our wāhi tapu. And as soon as we just quite got it all fixed, Gabriel came along and wiped it all out again. But the issue we find also is the solution is no one ever asks the people who live here. We go to all the experts, and I'm reminded, with all due respects, but X is something that was, and a spurt is a drip under pressure. And they don't ask us who live there day in and day out as to what we could think that could be the solution. The report also defines programs as I said, that Jobs for Nature and the Raukumura Pai Maunga has a positive impact on the region, but that's just working to, but not to really repair the work of the land and what we are doing in our whenua. We need forestry practices to change. We have known for a long time the land is fragile and extremely erosion prone, yet we keep on carrying on the way we have. We will continue to see flooding like we've seen in Cyclone Gabriel, where at the moment people are still living in tiny houses on little reservation areas while they are waiting for their houses to be repaired. And it's been a considerable time since Gabriel, and yet people are still living rough and hard as a result. And so any changes, we talk about needs of capital and injection into it. But one of the things that I just, if I may, listen on the radio today that Mike Hoskin once asked, I think it was the Prime Minister, how did a raised pedestrian crossing would cost $400,000? So when I think of that, and then I think about the cost of repairing the damages that have been done to us, they're trying to expect us to do it on the cheap. It's going to cost a lot of money, but then that's the price that we pay for when we don't take any notice of nature, and also tikanga, and also some of our ancestral practices. One of the solutions we looked at, and we've done some history in it and study, my son especially worked with Sion, looking at Kānuka, and others who have been working with Kānuka, has shown how to stabilize the land. Mother Nature knew that. That's why she planted it all over the place in our area. But we cut those all down, and then we put pine, which has no root systems that will hold the ground, and therefore has let us down. Now, we have no ability and no way of actually starting up a Kānuka project, because all the money that we have has been spent on our tribunal Waitangi claim in terms of our own identity and our own land that we have lost as a result of our exiled, our tipuna has been exiled to the Chatham Islands and then taken out at Ngātapa as well as Wairinga Hika. But the benefits, and it's even been stated in the report that if we take the oil and the value of the Kānuka oil versus the value of the pine, just and funding alone speaks for itself, that Kānuka is well in front. But the damage that the retrieval of the oil, and that doesn't equal to that of the forestry. Forestry damage is massive, and then it slowly works its way down the hills and then into our rivers, and then it floods our towns like Te Karaka, and then puts Gisborne at risk as well. So biodiversity market is something that we need to look at, and rather than let's just plant some more pine trees, because the land is exhausted already. And therefore, even pine will start to suffer in growth. And I just overheard die talking about there's only one other place like the sand dunes, and the creeping of the sand dunes is the Sahara. We could be also known as the Sahara 3 if we continue to do what we do now and not apply a solution to it. We think the incentive permanent indigenous forests develop and implement biodiversity systems, and that would give a counterbalance to that. And so we need to work with that idea in mind. Now, from our point of view, from the iwi points of view, Ngāti Kai Pūtahi have been developed a plan for building iwi science capability to understand scientific methods in the Mangatu catchment reforestation and river restoration and commercial plans. And so we're now looking at how a kānuka can be one of the solutions to some of the worst affected parts of our land. And also from that, the value of the oil that could come from that. My son's evidence is clear of some of the work that is being done there, and basically working with the iwi to set up some of these pilot programs to prove without a doubt that there is other ways and methods of making money without destroying and damaging the land. And forestry, I believe, doesn't do that much towards it. Just have to ask our council how much it's costing us as ratepayers to clean our beaches up and also our rivers. And when I look out my window and I see our river, I see a wide, vast open space where the river used to be was about 70 feet below. And even the stop banks around our old marae no longer can be seen because they are also buried under the deluge that came off the Tandale slip and other slips. So I'm open to any questions, Tom.
Thanks, Owen. Thanks, Mr. Lloyd. I just want to raise one other matter with you before the tribunal or the Crown has questions. And I know, Your Honour, we missed a micro break, so I'll just ask my quick question. We had a witness yesterday, John McCready, and I'm assuming you didn't hear him, but I think I sent you a clip of his evidence talking about the idea that you could have a pine forest and that provides a sort of a quick cover, and you can have native forest come up through that. And that's an interesting idea. He talked about whakarewa forest having some of those qualities. But I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that.
Well, in my own little way, I have it's probably, as you know, I have quite a large backyard, about a couple of acres or so, and I've planted trees, just trees like karemu and things like that. And as a result, tōtara is starting to grow up among those trees, among that trees that don't last that long, but by then the tōtaras are starting to grow quite prolifically in that small bit. And I think that there is a balance. It's about the balance of utilizing. There's nothing wrong with pine, but it's only the way it's abused and used. And it's for profit's sake only, not for land care. And I think it's finding that balance and ensuring that native can grow on its own, but you need to bring the bird life back. And that is starting to show that the birds are coming back, because I was really thrilled to see weka that disappeared in about 1985, 87, out of the whole district, walking on my deck and hear them cry at the night. And we've just planted over something like 2,000 trees just on my own property itself. And we're starting to see the benefits of that by young small tōtaras and other trees starting to come up through through the bracken and that around it. So yes, I think there is a balance, and I think that's what it's all about. From a Māori point of view, it's what they call utu utu. It's keeping that balance between the environment and man and his environment, because we both need each other to survive.
So can you just remain there? You're going to remain there anyway, but we'll have questions possibly from the Crown, and I see, Your Honour, we're close to the afternoon break, so I'm in your hands.
I'm thinking we'll continue on with questions from the Crown. We have a somewhat longer break at, well, normally at 3, but so I think we can take some time now and just have a shorter break instead. So we'll hand over to the Crown.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Lloyd.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Ko Sally tōku ingoa. My first question is in relation to the National Environmental Standard for commercial forestry. Are you familiar with the standard?
Yes, I spent 9 years as a director on the Ngāti Pro Whānui Forest, and I also was for about 15 years the chairman of the Mangotane Forest, Mangotane Station, which we had afforestated as a result of economic demands of the trust, which was to make a profit. And we planted 3,500 acres of forestry in there as well.
So in those roles, did you engage with MPI in the development of that standard?
No, not personally, no.
Did either of those entities engage with the MPI in relation to that standard, to
Yes.
your knowledge? Yes. And do you consider that the standard is a useful sort of regulation to mitigate the impacts of erosion in relation to the issues you raise in your evidence?
Well, I'll just give you a roundabout answer at this point. We've got a whole lot of policies in where I work, but if you haven't got a policeman to ensure that the policies work and are put into practice, you're going to get the same outcome that before the policy was written.
Understood. So you
It's
consider
all good having the rules, but if you've got no policeman to police it, or people just say, oh yes, but nobody goes out there. We had a forestation that took some native trees out the back of Mangahomia, and when I queried who's checking on them, they said it's a 3-day walk, Mr. Lloyd. It's too far to go in to check. And yet they wiped out they took X thousands of feet of timber. They cut down twice as much to get the amount of timber that they wanted. I was under the understanding every inch of the tree was counted in the footage, but no, it was the timber that they were able to get out of that, and they left the rest lying on the ground. And then they cut another tree down because they only took the best. But because it was a 3-day walk, nobody bothered. And it's the same in the forestry. We go out there into our forest and we see the mess that they leave behind.
Thank you. So just a question on that. When you say that you queried who was the policeman, who was doing the monitoring, who did you direct that query to?
Our regional council, because they're the ones who gave the consent.
So I take it that you are familiar with the way the Resource Management Act works, and that the local authorities are responsible for implementation at a local level.
That's correct.
And your evidence is that the steps taken by local authorities in your rohe to mitigate or to monitor consent conditions is not adequate.
Yes.
Okay.
And I just remind myself at the same time that maybe they are local body, but they represent the Crown.
Understood. And just one further question on that point. Do you consider that the Resource Management Act and national standards like the National Environmental Standard for commercial forestry provides an appropriate level of regulation? as a framework?
No, they don't, because that's the reason why the present government at this point in time is making changes to it so that it can be, so our land can be exploited even more so.
Thank you. Moving on in your evidence, you say at paragraph 22 that your view is that forestry, sorry, I'll give you a moment. You say that your view is that forestry offsets should be ended, but you also say at paragraph 25 that the marginal and isolated nature of Mata Whenua Māori means there are a few other options for making economic use of the land.
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions on that. When you say there are a few other options for making economic use of the land, you mean options outside of the ETS and forestry?
Yes.
And do you consider that it's possible to make economic use of your whenua without forestry offsets?
I think so, yes. I think it's just a matter of having to, what I think somebody once said, we have to think.
What do you consider those options might be?
Well, there's a number of things. I think there is stuff that's in front of us that we don't see at this point in time, i.e., I think when my grandmother was around, would even myself, know that a cell phone would be in existence. But somebody thought and created it. And I think we don't do enough of that because we just take on what's in front of us rather than taking it apart and find out, like Kānuka, they chopped it all down. Why? Because they wanted it for pastoral land, but nobody realized the value of the oil that's in there. And yet it was doing both things, producing the oil and holding the land. So there's other aspects, I think, that we need to consider. And to me, my view is sometimes we need to step into the future, take a look around and come back and create it. I remember when they asked the aircraft builders that they wanted an aircraft going at Mach 2, and they said it was impossible. Now they're sending missiles at Mach 10. So there is a future, and there is, all we've got to do is look at it and then see what is it that we want with that land. The land's not just there to make money for us. It's there to look after us and to care for us as well. And if we're going to sell it down the river, then we're just selling ourselves down the river.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thank you for your response. Moving to paragraph 33. Oh, yes, paragraph 33. And I think you covered this in your oral presentation, but is it fair to say that you agree with the MILU, the Ministerial Inquiry into Land Use report, that there is a need to create a biodiversity market to operate symbiotically within the ETS?
Yeah. To me, all things are possible. It's how you do it and how you police it.
But you agree that there is a need to create that market?
Well, in my limited knowledge of that, the need, that's an interesting word.
So just saying, with the possibility of the biodiversity market, are you aware that the current government has made a commitment in its Q2 action plan to take cabinet decisions on scaling up the biodiversity credit market in Aotearoa, New Zealand?
I haven't kind of gone down that track. Sorry.
Understood. If such a market was to be scaled up, would you consider that an appropriate step for the protection and restoration of native wildlife?
Once I understand what the limitations and the constraints are, and then the options that are available to us, then we can have a look at it and then look at what is the need for our people at the time. That all those things have to come into consideration before you make a decision, as well as presenting them with the knowledge and understanding so that they can feel part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And then moving to the current operation of the ETS, are you aware of any prohibition on native planting or replanting as part of the ETS scheme?
Oh, I can't understand that one. You know, we count pine trees, but we can't count natives. Still a wood, still absorbs carbon.
What do you mean when you say we can't count natives? Sorry.
Well, I mean, people are just drawing lines and they're not even counting all the trees that are already still growing in the Rokumaras. It has to be before, after 1990. Okay, so what do those trees do? See, it becomes all part and parcel of financial gain rather than keeping the balance of our environment with the people that depend on it.
Okay, thank you. I have one further question about the kānuka that you raised in your oral presentation. You mentioned kānuka being superior in terms of mitigating erosion in comparison to pine. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And why do you consider that to be the case?
Because Mother Nature starts off her forest by growing kānuka first. And then it provides the cover for the others to grow. And so that's the reason why Mānuka, even my brothers and that, spent many years clearing native forest and Mānuka and kānuka so that they can grow grass. And then now the grass is now coming down the rivers and filling up the riverbanks.
I understand. Thank you. Those are all of my questions for today. Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you.
Mr. Lloyd, I'll just check if there are any questions from the panel.
Yes. Tēnā koe, Mr. Lloyd.
Tēnā koe.
I was interested in your exchange with your council earlier, where you responded that on your own place you've planted 2,000 trees. What species were the trees that you planted?
They're just normal, just uckers and small, medium-sized trees, because of the hillside on which I planted them was quite barren and open to the air, to the climate. And so it's just to get the ground cover in. And so it's just small shrubbery and medium-sized trees that we've planted there, and as well as on top of on my section itself. And then what I've noticed as a result, bird life has responded, because there's plenty of berry trees, sort of like karaka and the various other berry trees. I'm not my expertise on trees is little green ones, medium-sized green ones, and big green ones. However, I know that where there are trees, birds come, and where there birds come, small trees start growing.
Yep. Kia ora. In your evidence on paragraph 33, the Ministerial Advisory Panel, they suggested as a solution to incentivise permanent indigenous forests and to implement a biodiversity credit scheme. E hau whakaaro ki wena.
Well, taku whakaaro mo tērā is pai tērā whakaaro, engari ko te kaupapa I roto tērā whakaaro, ko te tāra, kāre mo te whenua. So it's that's, to me, it's a good idea if you want to make money, but if you want to restore and return the land, then if you can get a byproduct called money as a result of it, pai noiho. But if it's going to cost the land, because it even talks about the land being already exhausted, the land needs to rest It doesn't need to make more money because it's ko pautau.
Kia roho mai, I'm writing while you're talking.
Ana ke pai.
The other, I guess one of when you were giving your oral presentation, you talked about the effects of the forestry in your area, and I think many of us that saw it on TV and that. Did that affect your land? Are you talking about the Mangatu area or further downstream? Oh, the Mangatu.
And of course the Kraka is our next door neighbour from Wharaturu, and those are all our whanaungas as well, and they're the ones that suffered a lot. But we saw the mess. That we lost 2 bridges. Same bridge was repaired, and then it was blown out again the next round, all by logs pushing up against it from the forestry. Coming down, a lot of those things coming down on the hillsides, where they had most of the skids were on the side of the hills, came down, and then the dams built up and then broke and then came down our rivers, and wrecked everything along in its path. So it has an effect, because when it affects on our whanaunga, it affects us, because a lot of them now come in are now living up in our way.
Okay, yeah. Okay, my other question is, do you have a personal view, and could you share it on what are the solutions? Because I guess I'll background that. I think I've sat on this panel for a while and I've heard many experts talk, and most of them tell us the problem.
Aye.
I want more to tell me the solutions. Tēnā pētā e koe te haka marama mai.
Well, koera te taku kōrero mō te ki te tiro haere ki ngā mahi o te kānuka me ngā hinu I roto. Me te mahi tūruhi e hara mai ki te tiro haere I o mātou maunga, I a mātou ngahere. Me ngā manu hoki. I think there's a number of things that we can do that that can add to value to it, but at the same token, I'm not adverse to looking at $1, because we all got to eat, but it's how we look after the land. If we're going to dig a hole, then and we're going to cut a tree down, then put another one back in its place.
Kia ora.
And then clean up the mess around it. But it just seems though that it's too costly to do that, especially in New Zealand. But when I was with the Ngāti Pro Whānui Forest, we were talking to the Koreans, and that you're lucky to find a matchstick lying on the ground after they finished, because they picked up everything. They turned it all into either wood pellets or things like that. But here, ka mahue e runga te whenua, and then hoki atu ki te wā kāinga, waiho the para I runga te whenua.
Yeah.
And, yeah, because it's going to cost money to clean up.
Marama. There's just one thing I wanted to try and clear up with you is you use the word kānuka quite a bit, and I think in Taitokera the tree that people call manuka, we call kahi katoa, and the tree that many people call kānuka we call manuka. Now, what I'm trying to establish is...
Ngā tohunga e pānei ki tērā rākau o te manuka me te kānuka. Te rereketanga o ngā rau o te kānuka ki te rau o te manuka. Engari te mea ka kōrero mō te kānuka. Kore rawa te tōmātau hoa I te pāpaka nui o tērā taha o te West New Zealand. They can't steal it. Ko nā mātau tērā kupu, nā mātau tērā rākau. And so we say we use kānuka because of its slight difference to manuka, that we can't even use the word manuka here. But they have separated and decided that a manuka is ana pēnei, and tata is the kānuka, same but not, but a little different. Yeah. And so hence the reason why we've been taught, that's a kānuka and that's a manuka.
Yeah, that's why I was probably reluctant to ask you what the scientific name was when you said you knew the difference between a big tree and a little tree. Can I ask then, if you cut, like I know the difference with the kahikato and manuka, if you cut through the wood in the kahikato or tea tree that's used often is red in colour. The wood of the kānuka or manuka, what as we call it manuka, is white. So can you tell me which one you're talking about?
Well, it's from the experts, we're talking about kānuka is the one that there's a difference in the leaf itself and the oil that it produces. Apparently, there is a subtle difference in terms of the oil that it produces as well. And so we've been shown and identified by the leaves the difference between the kānuka and the manuka.
No, ko pai tēnā ko marama. Ai, kia ora.
Tēnā koe, thank you for this evidence. When I was a kid, it was just tea tree, and we cut it down to keep the grass growing, and on a hill country farm in Southern Hawke's Bay. I think you spent some time in Hobsonville, you said, and I now live in a little terrace house on where your airfield used to be. And just to say that there's been 5 storms through Auckland, and that suburb had no flooding whatsoever. So these things can be managed. But my question relates to the very same paragraph everyone else is looking at, which is paragraph 34, and this biodiversity credit scheme. What I noticed there is what that ministerial panel recommends is that you can get private and philanthropic capital into a positive biodiversity outcome, but they don't mention that perhaps the government ought to be incentivising a biodiversity outcome there. Just your thoughts on what role the government should play in incentivising a biodiversity outcome. But secondly, it's just a small question. There's a reference there to Toha Foundry Limited as being a basis for a pilot scheme in that area. Can you tell me anything about Toha Foundry Limited?
No, it's something that my son has done some in-depth understanding and study into the area. I think the government's role is that as long as it's prepared to give tax considerations to international companies coming into New Zealand, to start up companies and stuff like that, or regional development funding, what seems to be happening is regional funding doesn't seem to come to us because we're at the bottom. We're not in the gutter. We're still in the sewers trying to get out of there. And therefore, we don't have any business acumen other than ideas that could be developed into a saleable and quantifiable project, which with a bit of funding and expertise that we can actually do that. The government's role is really, it's passing rules and that to actually keep on planting forestries and still keep on making a mess. If that helps.
And the Toha Foundry company, do you know anything about that?
No, my son's been dealing with all that side of it, and I think in his report, I'm not sure whether he has, if it's the one that's up in Ruatoria, well, I know a little bit about it, but I don't know what its name is because I just know the persons who are dealing with it. But they are trying it out. There's a Manukeri and I've got a Kānuka experimental project up in Ruatoria, which is about 3 hours away from us in another land and another tribal group area.
Well, good. Thank you very much for that. You may be fated to see me and others again because I'm on the Waipoua panel too. So kia ora. Thank you very much for today.
I look forward to seeing you, sir.
Kia ora anō, Mr. Lloyd. Everyone has asked the questions I had, except for one thing. There was this ministerial inquiry and the report done, and it did receive a bit of publicity, you know, in the national media and so on. It had quite a few very interesting recommendations, and I was just wondering how from your perspective, what you've seen, how much has been done in terms of adopting those and giving effect to those recommendations?
Well, ma'am, the wheels of bureaucracy turns very slowly. And to see the potholes on our road after 3 years still there, I can't give you any promises that we're going to see it in my lifetime if it keeps on going at the speed that it does. These things come out, and it's like, with all due respects, but it's like we're going to increase the funding as from 2035. And say, well, in between now and then what? We talk about what we're going to do rather than what we are doing. And that in itself, I get a little bit, what I call skeptical on some of the recommendations that come. And then by the time they're interpreted, it's let's go to a dance rather than let's take a chance.
That's a good phrase. I'm keeping a list of all the good phrases that people are giving us in this inquiry. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lloyd, for giving us your time. And as you know, I too will be seeing you again in the future. And hopefully we will actually get a final resolution of some of the issues that have been in front of us. But we can only hope.
That's our aspirations, man.
Indeed. All right, so I'll thank you again, and I'll hand you back to Mr. Benyon.
My pleasure.
Yes, te rangatira, thank you for that. And Your Honour, I think that's all we have from those two groups of claimants. And we're ready for the afternoon tea. Oh, well past, aren't we? Afternoon
yes,
tea
we
break.
are.
But that it shows you how compelling the evidence is.
Indeed. All right, well, we'll take the afternoon tea break now. We'll take it for 15 minutes, so we'll be back at 3:40.
Got it. Thanks, Owen. We'll catch up.
Okay.
Okay. Hoki mai anō. Welcome back. Now we have openings from Loader Legal. Is that you, Ms. Paul? Or Mr. Sontia? Oh, sorry.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Just making sure our audio is working. So we do not have any openings today. We'd like to just let the evidence speak for itself and have the focus be on the evidence of our evidence. That's okay for the tribunal?
Yes, Katie Pai.
Tēnā koe, Leia, please, the tribunal, for Justice Sontia Taku Ingoa, e Roya Aho. Now I'm representing the Tūreho Northern Wardens for the Y2821 claim. And just before we begin, I'd like to note that Dr. Grant Hewison, who was intending to be representing the claimants this afternoon, is unfortunately unavailable due to a personal commitment, so I'll be stepping in for him.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Sontia.
so we have here to my left Ms. Rita Beckman, and she'll be presenting evidence as a witness for the Māori Wardens. And then over to my right, we also have Mr. Thomas Henry and Ms. Miriam Becker. And I think Mr. Henry would like to open with a mihi. So I'll head on to you, Mr. Henry.
Pero sa atin na costa pointing the white color man to put one cannot play on to the white but typing cannot pay. So I put him not to go on to cope up on what happy on what to come up with climate change. It's on the till to not pay the time not up, cannot be him and I came to provide with the cope up. No, it's not good to not go to cut. No.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. And so I will refer to Ms. Beckman. And just beforehand, we also have a few other members from the Songwriters for Climate Action here as well with us, who have just a couple of minutes worth of things they would like to say after, if the tribunal is happy for that.
Yes, we are a little pressed for time today, so when you say a few minutes, we will hopefully stick with that, but that's fine.
Thank you, Your Honour. So with that, I'll hand it over to you, Rita.
You want
Tēnā koe, Ms. Beckman-Flay. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you to the for allowing us to utilise the space today. Thank you to Miriam Pika for allowing me to be a witness for it. And thank you to those that have come along to support me today from the holding space Aotearoa, Songwriters for Climate Action. I'm going to just say the things first before I get on to some of the evidence. Rita Beckman-Flay Aho. I have a claim before the Waitangi Tribunal. It is by 2493. I make this submission as a pukiariki with rank and mana, along with my husband Richard Beckman Flay, on behalf of Te Whātahi Ariki whānau o Ngāti Torehina ki Mata Ure Oho. I am a direct descendant of the hereditary Tātahi Tāne Tātai, being the great-great-granddaughter to the Ariki Tangaroa Te Whao. The Tātahi Whakarongarua, this is full name. However, for the climate change inquiry, I am presenting to the tribunal as a witness for Miriana Heka. My evidence covers two matters. First, I'm going to speak from the Matoli Bay issue, and then secondly, a climate change issue, and secondly, from the holding space, Songwriters for Climate Change Action. I'm doing it that way really to fit with protocol and to end with some waiata. So firstly, I'd like to talk about the Māori. My hapuiwi is for Ngāti Torehina ki Mata Ure Oho, which means basically we are the people of Mata Ure, the original name. It's named today for Māori Bay. It is the rohe that once existed over a very large area because Iariki once reigned in the region. Te Tau. Te Tau was actually the signatory to both He Whakaputanga and the Treaty of Waitangi. And so much is happening at this time, as you can imagine, for us, as we're hearing people wanting to change the treaty. The thing is, if you're a hereditary line in existing today and a signatory of that treaty, it makes no sense to me that we're not actually being approached to talk to by whoever it is that wants to do the change. Yes, I'm a living signatory. We actually had to take our information of who we are, our tātai, to United Nations and to King Charles, with one signature, I might add, my eldest brother Wayne, Tautahi. So justice for me, and I'm already talking in the justice plane, justice for me is to see that those things change so that we actually have an agreement between the two parties. You've got King Charles living, you've got my eldest brother living. To me, they are the two parties that should be approached in terms of talking of a change to the treaty. I wanted to say that first, but I didn't get a chance in the justice one recently. I was actually in a state of shock because it's the first time I've had a chance to actually represent us. We're being blocked, every sense of the word blocked. And I'm actually very upset about that. So today, speaking on behalf of Miriana, I would like to say genuinely how much it is of a concern that the things that are happening to our lands are not actually, they're not actually our doing. They're actually man-made. They're a social construct. And to change what's going on a land, we should actually be doing something ourselves because it's humanity that's created it. How does humanity create such a devastating thing to our earth the way it's happening? You're talking fossil fuels, you're talking, oh, there's so many things, I'm sure. We created a lot of this. We're not being talked to. I know people have seen the letter we sent up to the King. I know people have seen the letter we sent up to the UN. We'd be bloody stupid sending stuff like that if we weren't real. If we weren't people who were telling the truth. And so for today, I'm really wanting to make sure that you understand that we actually get talked to. I was in the Waitangi Tribunal for Oranga Tamariki and I made it very clear we should be at that table. No one came to us. I was in the Manawahine hearing and Kiri. Again, I don't know how many times we have to tell you who we are. Recognition, please. There's no recognition. I'm actually a living person who's gone through this whole step of trying to get recognition, and we're not getting it. Piecemeal. Please don't talk to me about a Waitangi Tribunal that isn't taking this for granted. I would like to hear that actually what I've said today is actually going into your transcript, because I've not seen a lot of transcripts with what I've said in them. I'd like to know what that I've printed here actually is getting read. I'm tired of hearing people say they're doing something for our people. We're looking like the enemy to our own. We're not the enemy. Just think about that. We're not here to take away what our Māori already have. 5%, come on. They rightfully have more. Where is that? So we look like the enemy. A hereditary line looks like an enemy. No. If anything, we're a saving grace. What I've got in here, I'm sure, is taken as read. And I would like to leave the rest of this space. I feel I've said all I need to right now. I don't want to be shut out of any more of these claims. I want to do every one of them because they've all impacted on us. If I'm not in them, I will certainly be telling who I know that we're not. Stop stopping us from being heard. I don't like being laughed at. I know I've been laughed at. But if you've got someone to laugh at, let it be me. I speak the truth. Not a lot of people want to hear it. Television, where's Māori TV? Oh, that's right, it's run by the Crown. Everything's run by the Crown. Waitangi Tribunal is run by the Crown. Everyone wants to shut us down. Everyone wants to stop giving us grants and funding. What next? Tribunal, for this one, climate change, we're getting stopped. And we're getting our funding decreased. What's with that? Don't talk about justice to me. We're not getting justice. We're just getting piecemeal. Thank you.
Apologies, mums. We don't seem to be able to see this. Sorry, 1 second. We have it here. Just double checking can the other parties here. We try and do that. Yeah, we still yeah, it's just here with that. Yeah, we definitely can't use because I can hear myself speaking on the other Zoom account. But we can't hear the drum.
Sounds like we need to play a song.
Do you mind taking a micro break maybe while we just have a pick our audio? Just for maybe a minute or two.
Can you please mute your audio there?
Yeah.
And turn up the volume there?
We have the audio all the way up.
No, mute your Zoom.
Oh, yeah, mine's muted.
Okay, and then mute your Zoom, Charlie.
Kia ora, Your Honour, if you could please kōrero mai anō.
I've got the audio going through my laptop. Do you mind just double checking and speaking to see if we can hear you now?
Should this work?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, sorry, our technological person has fixed things from our end. So I interrupted Ms. Beckman-Flay. I think everyone can hear now, so that's good. Ms. Beckman-Flay, I just wanted, there were a couple of statements that you made regarding to being heard and to in terms of the reference to your evidence and to the transcript. Can I assure you that when the technology is working, we can definitely hear you, and we are hearing you. And also, we have read your evidence. There are a couple of things that would, no doubt, other panel members would like to ask you about. In terms of the transcripts, we are dependent on the National Transcription Service providing the transcripts in a timely manner. Unfortunately, that doesn't always happen. So if I can say that there's certainly no intention from the tribunal's part to prevent you from being heard or to block you in any way. So if you would like to continue with your evidence, we'd be happy to hear it.
Thank you.
It's neat. Part of evidence here. I talk about the human activity of that we've created ourselves, and feel that to bring the inverse of that would be for us as humanity to bring the climate back to its natural state. It's in our hands, really. And I think that's really very sad for me. I just wanted to make sure I said that statement. One thing that I do want to mention is the music side of things. A lot of us need to be healed, and music is a healing factor. And I love what this wonderful group have done, is they've brought to light an idea of holding space for people so they can come and heal, and they can write music, and they can express their heart. And of course, my friend Jean on the left, you might already know her. I've got a student here that is one of her kamanaki at the school I teach at, who's also been recorded on the climate change holding space Songwriters for Climate Action group. It just so happens that my husband is too. So from this point, I feel I've said enough. If you've got questions, please ask me, and I will do my best to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Beckman-Flay. I'll just check with other panel members first. All right. Ms. Beckman-Flay, I was interested in your paragraphs 52 to 54. We've heard a lot of evidence in this inquiry from iwi groups and other groups who are really wanting to restore the environment to a pristine state. At the same time, they are also giving us their ideas about how that can still be combined with productive activities that earn money and so forth. You know, we all have to live in the present economy. And I was interested in your comments in particularly paragraph 53 about how climate change threatens the sustainability of the tourism sector. And I just wondered if you wanted to talk a little bit more about how you're seeing that that particular issue.
Well, I first mentioned that we've never been approached for a lot of this knowledge that's been put in this document. So putting it down in writing is a really big plus for us. So for that, I thank the tribunal. And to hear that it is going to be published is a great thing for us, especially when it's around the storytelling of who we are and tikanga. And as mentioned before, the idea of sustainability, especially for the lands up there, we've got whānau living there still and still trying to survive. So we're not just talking about the weather and things like that. It's a very cultural thing in itself, in the way that we live on the land. And so with a lot of those things, for a lot of our whānau, we're hoping to be able to do the things that they could have done perhaps a few years ago, because of the heavy rains, because of the silting of the rivers, and because of all those sorts of things that are occurring. Their livelihoods are being impacted in terms of being able to get the food, the taimana, and any of those things that are really important for livelihoods. So I hope that's a little bit of where I'm coming from is an answer to that. But there's so much more, especially around biodiversity. And I would actually have got some people that I'm already talking with around those issues. So to have that answered even more would be time. So if that's okay. Is there any more questions?
Just a couple of more. And just a comment on what you've just said. Certainly Matauri Bay is a very beautiful part of the country. And I think what you're saying is that it's because of environmental practices and which will be exacerbated and worsened by climate change, that beauty that we're used to is going to degrade and perhaps disappear altogether. So,
as well. Removing our whānaus from those lands back in the day, how do you take care of something if you're not there? And so you've got people living on those lands that shouldn't actually be there, in particular Matauri itself. And the whānaus that actually should be there of the line aren't a lot of them. So you're talking about knowledge that is no longer being able to be used because they have been silently disappeared. And I'm speaking of my eldest brother here, silently disappeared. And yet he would hold the knowledge, just like all the people that would have been there originally have that knowledge, creating the tikanga for every one of those hapuiwi, which we don't have today. Unless you're over a rangatira line, a lot of those stories will now be muffled in plastic. So I stand in that space which says, you want to have the change, talk to the people that might actually hold that knowledge. And I'm just being very careful there because I know that we've got some that are in the cities. I do know we've got people in various regions, but we just don't get talked to. And we've got a lot of information that we could talk about that would actually be. our Pacific Island friends, our whānau, our family, we're not even talking to them. And they hold knowledge as well around the oceans and around the seas. And particularly because they would have come down with those original waka. Why are we not looking at all those sorts of histories that combined can actually work? And marry them, I believe, with what Tata was saying. The white man's got knowledge. Let's use it. Let's combine it. But I don't feel that's happening. It seems to me like we're living in a Western world thinking everywhere we are. And that's what climate change is to me. It's not an indigenous creation. Far from it. We're being forced into the cities to live as a white people would. And now today, we're doing exactly what we don't want to be doing. We too are contributing to that. I work in a school. I'm contributing to that. We've got footprints everywhere that are so big that how do we bring that back? And we talk about, all these sorts of things of trying to make sure our homes are doing the right thing by, recycling and all of that. Are we really recycling? I do wonder that. So I'm just speaking from experience, really. And I just want to right now say if there's any more questions, I'm happy to answer. But I feel I've said everything, and I would love right now for our beautiful Jean, and if there's time, anyone who can actually sing for you.
Right, thank you. I will just make one more comment, though. I hear what you're saying, but I will just make one more comment. Quite a number of years ago, my father was looking at a thesis. He was the examiner. It was a thesis about the healing power of chant or waiata. The part of your evidence regarding the healing powers of music struck a chord with me, not to coin a phrase. So I'm very glad to hear from your group and the waiata that they will present.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe, aku mihi nui kia koutou katoa.
You swear to burn, no, no, no. Everybody wants to save their soul. I'm in it. Or how much faith does it take to change a life? So distracted by some tainted scrolls. We need the actors fun on the global front to save our home. Ooh, don't you know we was to move mountains, hot oceans, catch the sound and ride the storms. We used to move mountains, hot oceans, catch the sound and ride the storms. So we used to move mountains, hot oceans, catch the sound and ride the storms. We gotta move now, now. warming, and the place is warming. When the vibes are fortune and the rains are falling and the rich are holding and the crowd are snoring in the morning. Oh, we better move now. Now, do you feel the warning? Yonder.
Thank you very much for all of that. Slightly less ordinary form of event. If there are any more questions from the tribunal, then ask them.
No, there are no more questions, thank you. I just thank those who've presented today for the music. Unfortunately, the sound wasn't as good as we would wish, but again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's our evidence. Yes.
Now, Ms. Paul, will you be presenting the opening submissions for Phoenix Law?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you want a couple of minutes before you begin, or shall we start straight away?
I think I can start.
All right. Over to you then.
Tēnā rā koutou katoa. My pleasure to provide you with the openings for our claimant submissions. You will find these in our written submissions filed at Appellation Y3325 3.3.18. These were filed on the 14th of May 2025, and I will take these as read and highlight the key points. Inga mana, inga reo, inga karanga rangamaha o te motu, tēnei rau e tuku te kawe aroha ki a tātou katoa. Ka tūtonu te aroha ki ngā mate, kua mene atu ki te pō haere, haere, moi mai rā. Ka hoki ora ki a tātou ngā kānui ora, tēnā tātou katoa. In these opening submissions, we respectfully acknowledge the ancestral authority, voices, and calls of the many peoples of Aotearoa. Excuse me. We also extend our deepest sympathies to those who have passed into the night. We honour all the claimants and their ongoing fighting for justice, for their whenua, and for the well-being of future generations. Excuse me. Phoenix Law has the honour to act for 9 claimants, and this is the 3rd hearing. And tomorrow we will hear the evidence of 7 of those claimants located throughout the North Island. Though they represent different whānau, hapu, and iwi, their evidence is united. The Crown has failed to fulfill its obligations under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. It has failed to protect Māori from the significant impacts of climate change. The Crown's climate-related policies, especially the emissions trading scheme, has undermined Māori tino rangatiratanga and limited Māori land use opportunities. Finally, the Crown has failed to respect or integrate Māori perspectives, mātauranga, and tikanga on environmental stewardship and climate resilience. You will hear evidence that is framed around 5 central themes that highlight the Crown's failure to engage meaningfully with Māori interests. Firstly, the Crown's climate change response has been implemented without due regard for Māori sovereignty of their lands, of their natural resources, and cultural practices. Secondly, the ETS policy designed to combat carbon emissions has inadvertently trapped Māori landowners into forest-based land use that allows little room for diversification or cultural expression. Thirdly, the disproportionate effects of climate change on Māori communities is highlighted. The evidence highlights the vulnerability of Māori lands and people to climate-induced risks, including extreme weather events, sea level rises, and the degradation of the ecosystems that sustain Māori livelihoods and cultural practices. Fourthly, the exclusion of mātauranga Māori, Indigenous knowledge systems, and tikanga Māori from the formulation of Crown policies. This exclusion results in policies that do not reflect the holistic worldview that Māori have developed over centuries for the care of Papatuanuku and the natural world. And finally, the claimants offer an alternative vision for the future and provides avenues for economic resilience while ensuring ecological integrity. These efforts must be supported rather than undermined by the Crown's policies. Turning to the claimant's evidence, we will span the country, first beginning in Ruatoki with Taina Bahasa Dean. First thing in the morning, Ms. Dean presents evidence on Māori-led innovations in climate resilience. She highlights the importance of mātauranga Māori and Indigenous knowledge systems in responding to climate change. She speaks of the Māori circular economy. It's a model that is not only beneficial for the environment, but also for community. It is grounded in relationships and reciprocity with the land. Ms. Dean's evidence urges the Crown to reconsider its approach to climate change policy, moving from a purely economic model to one that acknowledges the broader cultural, spiritual, and social dimensions of Māori land use and care. Ms. Dean calls for more inclusive, holistic policy frameworks that elevate Māori aspirations in the context of climate resilience. Then we move to the central North Island of Ngāti Manawa with Laurie Porima. He provides critical evidence from a Māori landowner's perspective. He is the director of CNI Iwi Holdings and the kaitiaki of the Kaingaro Forest Estate, a vast forestry area held by several iwi through the Tree Lord settlement. This settlement was heralded in 2008 as one of the largest treaty settlements in Aotearoa, with iwi becoming co-managers of nearly 200,000 hectares of Crown forest land. But despite the success of this settlement, Mr. Porima expresses his real concern for the future of Ngāti Manawa's whenua. Under current regulations, Ngāti Manawa is effectively forced into monocultural forestry as the only viable land use. Mr. Porima points out that while The iwi looks forward to finally reclaiming its land. The current ETS framework severely limits any potential for diversifying current or future land use. His evidence underscores the contradictions of the current policy framework, which offers minimal economic returns to Māori landowners while locking them into pine forestry, which conflicts with values of kaitiakitanga, restoration, and sustainability. Just after morning tea, we will move tomorrow to Denise Mester on the Coromandel or the Hauraki coast. Denise Mester is the General Manager for Te Whāriki Manawahine o Hauraki, a social service provider that supports vulnerable whānau in crisis. Her evidence argues that the Crown has failed to provide sufficient resources to fund climate change mitigation and adaptation measures to support Māori wahine and their tamariki. She is keen to discuss the findings of research completed only a couple of months ago on Hauraki Māori responding to Cyclone Gabrielle. This report has only just been released, and rest assured we will file it shortly with the tribunal. The goal of the research is to share insights to improve local civil defence planning, enhance communication between Thames District Council and Te Hauraki Māori, and inform more effective resource allocation for future extreme weather events. She argues that without urgent, properly resourced and Māori-led solutions, the survival of our taonga, our whenua, and our future generations remains in jeopardy. Then we turn down to Whanganui Atara, to Miss Jane Mihirangi Ruka. Ms. Ruka represents ancestral connections across Aotearoa through the Grandmother Council of Waitaha. She argues that cultural identity is central to environmental stewardship. Flooding is a huge issue for a community in Kaipara, disrupting food gathering, access to wāhi tapu, and seasonal indicators such as the matamatanga. She argues that Crown climate policy favours corporate initiatives, not grassroots Māori initiatives. Her whānau have limited access to funding, resources, and climate resilience tools. They face food insecurity and health service gaps, and the Crown's exclusion of Māori from climate decisions violates Te Tiriti and endangers future generations. Then we will go after lunch up north to Awhirangi Paneina Lawrence. She is a descendant of Ngāpuhi Whangaroa. Miss Lawrence lives on ancestral land in Tuwai Valley in Matangiro. Her hapu lives in vulnerable areas, and we heard earlier this week, faces regular flooding, erosion, tidal inundation. Her whānau faces floodings, droughts, water shortages, contamination has led to serious health issues. The local river is no longer safe for use due to high E. coli levels, making clean water access critical. Her hapu practices kaitiakitanga by replanting native species and managing pests on recently returned land, like the Kōwhaibu Peninsula. These efforts are only possible with external funding, highlighting the need for consistent Crown support. Effective solutions must be grounded in tika and mātauranga Māori, such as implementing rāhui, developing marakai, and supporting the use of rongoa and traditional knowledge. We stay up north with Rhonda Aorangi Kawiti. She's another claimant from Northland, and she describes her identity as deeply spiritual and intrinsically connected to the natural world. These spiritual connections are upheld through practices such as karakia, haka, rongoa, are central to well-being and intergenerational knowledge. However, colonization, pollution, capitalist economic policies have eroded these relationships and disrupted sacred knowledge systems. Government responses are seen as exclusionary, privileging corporate interests while reducing Māori influence in climate governance, Indigenous leadership, knowledge, and collaboration. These are needed. Finally, at the end of tomorrow, you'll go to the East Coast and hear from Evelyn Ratima, a respected queer whakatū in the Hawke's Bay Rohe. Ms. Ratima is all too familiar with the effects of climate change. Her community has suffered a severe drought in 2020 and 2021, followed by the wettest year on record in 2022, and then the devastating cyclone Gabriel in 2023. She stresses that Māori face disproportionate risks due to socioeconomic vulnerability and historical land marginalisation. She criticises the Crown for failing to properly engage with Māori in climate policy, arguing that current approaches breach Te Tiriti by excluding Māori voices and lived experiences. She calls for true partnership, improved disaster preparedness, and great support for Māori-led environmental efforts. And so our claimants are not only seeking to highlight the injustices they face, but also to offer solutions. They're calling for transformative change that recognises and empowers Māori to lead climate change action in a way that aligns with their values. Tikanga land development aspirations. Among the remedies sought, claimants are calling for a reform of the emissions trading scheme, a recognition of Māori as key partners in the development and implementation of climate policies, with a clear commitment to upholding Te Tiriti. Structural changes that ensure the participation of Māori at all levels of decision making, particularly in the areas of land use, environmental management, disaster preparedness, and mitigation and adaptation plans. So to conclude, the claimants are seeking to be empowered under Te Tiriti to take charge of their land and climate responses, guided by their tikanga, mātauranga, and their values. The tribunal's role is crucial in upholding the Crown and making it accountable for its breaches of Te Tiriti and its failure to protect Māori interests in the face of climate change. The claimants call on the tribunal to recommend meaningful reforms that will ensure that Māori are able to participate fully in the shaping of climate change policies that affect them, and the Crown's obligations to Māori are met. So that concludes the opening submissions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. The panel has no questions. I just before we close for the day, you'll have been aware that that if possible, the panel would like to finish at 4. And I'm looking at perhaps shortening some of the breaks and running through some of the micro breaks. Will your witnesses be available earlier than they're currently set down on the timetable?
Yes, we've advised them that we aim to finish at 4 p.m. tomorrow, and accordingly to expect to be called on earlier than was originally timetabled. So yes.
All right. Will they all be online?
Yes,
yes, because they're all over the countryside.
They're all over, and we have Mr. Umar Kudis and Mr. Luke Everson assisting the logistics. So.
All right. So we'll hope the technology goes well tomorrow.
Yes.
So thank you for those submissions, and I'll hand over to our kaumātua to close for us.
E te atu kaharawa, a tei pā mai ngā kūrakuraku I te rānei I mga hononga ki te upurangi. E tuku tunana mātou te reo whakawheta ka moimiti ki a koe pā mga manaakitanga iu he maikuhuri a mātou I tēnei noho, tēnei hononga ki te upurangi mai te timitanga I te ata nei tainau ki tēnei aora ka mutunga. Ko tēnei tunu te whakawheta I te whakamoimiti tau ingoa tapu te whakaoke te kroiria ki a koe pā. Me te ina te ki a koe ki a manaakitiana I a mātou e atuni ki te whakatā. Ki a hoki ora mai, kaha mai a pōpō. Hei painganu mau, hei painganu mo mātou me te iwi whānui hoki. Te ino ki tēnei ki a koe maune whakamana mai. I runga ne te ingoa tāuta ma te kai whakora koe I kuraiti. Amen. Kia ora tātou.